And we're live. It's Friday night. Welcome to the Lockin, wherever you're joining us from, whether you're on the East Coast, the West Coast, whether you're further afield. It's Friday. We gather here. We lock ourselves in to our homes at the moment because we can't be locked in anywhere else. But we gather to raise a glass, to toast each other, and to toast the completion of another week, and to gather as a community where we can sip on our whiskies, share some stories, and share some sips together. So I'm delighted that we're here again this week, being able to bring you some more of those fantastic stories. I'd love to know where you are, what part of the world you're in, what you're sipping on. We're going to have a great session tonight of music, of craic, of stories. This is a show tonight that is focused on the Irish diaspora, the Irish that have found themselves in Southern California. So we'll have, I think, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 guests over the course of the evening tonight. It's going to be a great old night. So thank you all for tuning in again. I see Mark is there sipping on his Teeling, Glendalough Double Barrel and Tullamore D.E.W. Hopefully not all in the same glass there, Mark, but looking forward to sharing a sip with you tonight. I'll be bringing in my co-host tonight in a few minutes, Donna Stewart. Donna has been on the show here before to critical acclaim, and Donna has come back to introduce some of her friends and colleagues from Southern California, from the world of whiskey and pubs and music. And we're going to have a good session tonight, and myself and Donna are going to lead the charge on the craic, for having the craic tonight. So good to see so many of you joining in. Mark, Patrick is in the car on a booze run to Total Wine. Good stuff, tuning in from the car. Drive safely. Stacey's joining us from Columbus, Ohio. Peter from Icy Dublin, drinking Redbreast 27. Good man, Peter. And Paul says, loves Donna. Great stuff. We all love Donna. Nicholas is drinking, sipping on some Redbreast and Redbreast small batch A from Massachusetts. Good stuff. And John is joining us from New Jersey with Redbreast Listowel. So wherever you're joining us from, you're all very welcome. Mark saying, what a fine turtleneck. Yes, we are bringing a new turtleneck to the table tonight. What an amazing announcement that a turtleneck becomes news. But yes, a new turtleneck being shown off tonight. It was revealed for the first time last night on our Jameson tasting we did in Ohio last night. But yep, new turtleneck for a good session that we're having tonight. So you're all welcome to tonight's Lock-In. I'll be bringing in my guests in a couple of minutes. But before we do, I want to take just a minute or two to remember our dear friend, Mary Ferreter, our friend and ambassador and founding mother of the Dingle Distillery. We sadly lost Mary this week, very unexpectedly, and to great shock to so many of us in the world of whiskey. And many of you will have met Mary, will have been warmed by Mary, will have remembered when you met Mary, and she was taken from us far too young, sadly, this week. Put up a photo here that we'll share on the screen. Mary was a very special person, and I took some time yesterday to share just some of my memories online of my time with Mary, and I want to dedicate tonight's Lock-In to Mary, and we'll be raising a glass of Dingle whiskey to her tonight. But if you'd indulge me for a moment, I think it's important that we remember together the impact Mary had. But I was left with some lovely memories that I'll just read out to you. We're the poorer this week for the passing of our friend and Dingle Distillery's founding mother, Mary Ferreter, who leaves us with lovely memories of her time in our lives. Whenever I'd mention the town of Dingle or its whiskey on the podcast or the Lock-In, Mary would send me a note thanking me for being a friend of Dingle. When we visited Dingle over the past few years, Mary was the welcoming committee, the tour guide, and the connector. From the chats we had over coffee and bean to the whiskies and pints with herself and her husband, Paddy Joe, and Dick Max, Mary had a way of making you feel like you were the most special person in her life. And when I told her over coffee one morning that I'd love to bring some thirsty Americans on tours to Dingle, she grabbed me by the arm and said, "Get your coffee," and threw me into her car, driving me along country roads to knock on an unsuspecting man's door, who answered with a look that said, "Mary's up to something again." And she declared grandly, "And your guests will stay here, Barry." At the start of the pandemic, when she heard my mother lived alone, she insisted on sending her a care pack of Dingle Distillery hand sanitizers. When we met for drinks in New York last year, she gave me the grand tour of the Porterhouse and Francis Tavern with such pride you'd have thought she'd built the place herself. And when I asked her if she'd do me the honor earlier this year of being interviewed on the podcast, she wondered why anyone would want to hear from her. but her humility belied a savviness that built relationships around the world for the town of Dingle, its whiskies, vodka and gin. Nobody was prouder of the town. Nobody was prouder of the distillery. And when I would get a note about a podcast or a live stream she had listened to or watched, I felt that she was proud of me too. And just 2 weeks ago, I called her with a crazy idea for a project we could work on together. And her first response was yes, followed with, but I should probably get permission first. She was a character, a lady and a friend to so many of us. And Dingle, the world of Irish whiskey, and Mary's family and friends are poorer for her passing this week. I'm reminded of the words of Tomás O'Crahon, the writer from the Blasket Islands off the Dingle coast. Ní bheidh a leithéid a rís there shall not be their likes again. So Mary, rest in peace. We're all left with a big hole in our lives because you're gone. Tonight's Lockin is dedicated to Mary Ferreter. So hopefully you can all raise a glass and we say Sláinte and rest in peace, Mary. So you're all very welcome to tonight's Lock-In. It is a celebration. It should always be a celebration to those that are here, to those that we've lost. But we will raise glasses to everyone here or past, and we will continue to have the good time that everybody wants to have. Tonight, we're going to dive deep into the world of the Irish in Southern California. And without further ado, maybe I should bring in my co-host for this evening, Donna Stewart. Donna, you're very welcome to the Lock-In. I
am buzzing to be back here.
Buzzing. The first ever co-host of the Lock-In, Donna. And I only told you about an hour ago. I told you you're going to be the co-host.
Yeah, and my first question was like, do I have to do anything important? He goes, yeah, I'm going to dip out and leave you to do it all by yourself. So don't do that, Barry, because we need you here for the full sesh tonight.
I'm logging out now in about 5 minutes and letting Donna run the show. She's going to be far better than I am. But I'm delighted that we're able to catch up with you again. Two of us are in Southern California, where it feels like a world apart with the world that we're in right now. It's not easy to see one another or anybody else, really, is it?
No, it's so different. I feel like I was really lucky recently because as things before, we just recently hit a new level of restrictions, and especially here in LA, everything has closed now, so no outdoor dining. So we're just seeing back to kind of takeout and stuff. But I was really lucky a few weeks ago when the world was a little bit more open. I got to go down to San Diego in October. Missed you though, because you're in Ireland. But well also got to go up to, yeah, I know. We'll make it work though. It's no problem. But then I went up to San Francisco just 2 weeks ago. So it's actually been a really fun few months of travel for me. Just being able to drive up and down. Obviously, we're so lucky and keep it safe and stuff, and just to kind of see a few familiar faces. But yeah, it's all hit again now, so we're strictly on a stay-at-home kind of order here in LA, so trying to do our best.
I know. Donna, for our audience members who didn't have the pleasure of seeing you when you were last here, why don't you tell us what you do regarding whiskey in Southern California?
Absolutely. So I've been here in Southern California, actually mostly in Santa Monica the whole time, for over 9 years. So I moved over straight from Dublin. And first thing I did, I was here for 5 days and I walked into a bar here called the King's Head in Santa Monica, and I asked them for a job. So they gave me a job the next day, and I ended up then moving around different bars around the city over the many years and doing a bunch of different jobs. But obviously always keeping bartending, waitressing, hospitality as one of the things that I wanted to do as my other job. So I was like working 2 jobs, but always working in the different bars, bunch of different Irish bars. I made it to O'Brien's, which was a pretty special place here that closed down a few years ago. And actually, one of our guests, Kevin Kearns, worked there for 9 years. He was the face of O'Brien's. And then I also worked at the Irish Times. And then the opportunity came to me to audition, I was going to say, interview, to be the brand ambassador for Tullamore D.E.W for the West of America. So I was very passionate about whiskey at the time. I was very passionate about representing Ireland. I think that you'll see today with all the guests that we're going to have on, like our biggest thing, our biggest pride here in California is being from Ireland. And there's not that many of us, unlike New York or Boston. So it's really something that I'm proud of, and kind of I'm always basically being an ambassador of Ireland. So when the opportunity came and I got this job, it was just unbelievable, and it's honestly changed my life. So I've had it now for just under 2.5 years. So I'm the Tullamore D.E.W ambassador here. Usually I cover all the way over to Texas and do a lot of traveling, but this year has been very different. It's a lot of me going live from my living room, but also a lot of bouncing around California and getting to spend a lot more time here locally and seeing my local bars and getting to meet new people in California. So it's been pretty special, even though it's been a weird year.
And you've promised that you won't be leaving tonight without clearing those shelves behind you until they're upside down with empty bottles. You won't be leaving the Lockin. So I'll take you for word.
That's what a Lockin is, right? Gotta finish right. All the liquor. We might have to drive up and help me, Barry, because there's a lot here.
There'll be no driving now after the whiskies I've been sipping on already this evening. We'll do our best to support you. We'll wave you on from a distance. So when I talked to you about coming on the Lockin, you shared with me some great characters around Southern California that you've had the chance to meet. And you suggested that we bring on a few of them onto the Lockin tonight. So over the course of the evening, as their calendars and schedules allow, as they run busy bars, who will we be hearing from and meeting tonight?
I'm so excited. So it kind of came to me to get these guys on with you after I talked to you the last time. I was like, God, like these legends would be great on the Lockin. But basically we've got a few different people coming on. First, we're going to have, well, not first, but we're going to have Kevin Kearns, who is a Donegal man. He has been in LA for a long time. He's been a real character in the bar industry. So started, he'll tell you his story better than me, but I know he worked at Finn McCool's, which is a pretty famous Irish bar here in Santa Monica. And then he did a stint at O'Brien's. Then he also worked at Wally's Beverly Hills. And then he came to me 2 years ago and told me he had a big idea and he wanted to open his own bar. And I can't even tell you how excited it was. It was like I was opening my own bar, because that's how close we are and how close this industry is in LA. So he decided to open a bar.
Don't give away all his stories yet now.
Yeah. To tell us. Okay. I'll skip over that. But basically, he's a new Irish bar owner here in LA. And then we have Christy Caldwell, who I met probably 2 years ago. He's based down in Long Beach, owns an amazing bar, has a great story as well, which I won't reveal. Another Donegal man. So my grandparents are from Donegal, and I did my DNA test when I got this job, because everything about Tully is all about the beauty of blend, and they give out these DNA tests to see what kind of blend you are. And I was very excited to see what came back, and kind of mortified when I got the results. So my results are you get a circle over the different part of Ireland, or of the world that you're from, like a little circle goes over it. And my circle was over Donegal and going into Derry. That's my DNA. It's 100% from Donegal. So I'm very proud to be from Donegal, and I spent all my childhood going up there. So I love my Donegal guys. That's why I have Christy and Kevin coming on. They're both from up there, very close to each other. And then finally, we have the gorgeous, stunning, amazingly talented Hannah Crowley. And she is just one of the girls on the Irish scene that I bumped into over here. Found out she was an amazing singer. I've been able to see her perform multiple times. And she's just unbelievable. So we became great friends. So she's going to bring a lot to the Lockin as well, I know. So anyway, I don't want to give away too much.
Brilliant. That's a perfect introduction. Why don't we bring Hannah in, and we can all open a little drop of Tullamore D.E.W together maybe, and sip on it together. And welcome, Hannah.
Hello.
And Elliot in the background. How are you?
How are you? I'm great. Thank you very much for that lovely introduction, Donna. That was very nice of you. I'm very excited to be here.
Donna's been well paid there for the introductions, all the envelopes flying around. Hannah, tell us a little bit about yourself, your background, and your good-looking accompaniment behind you there on the guitar. Introduce yourselves to us.
Well, this is Elliot Marchant.
Hello.
He's going to accompany me. He's British, actually. He's not Irish.
Sorry.
That's all right.
All right.
That's all right.
Just wanted to get that out there first and foremost. But yeah, so I actually met Elliot in jazz school in Dublin. We went to the same jazz school called not-Cork. And then we both got a scholarship to study in Berkeley in Boston, the music school there. So spent a couple of years there and then decided to go to LA because why not? And I thought I also do acting. So I just thought, okay, well, there's acting and music in LA. So I've been here now since 2017. So it's been great.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Do you enjoy it? Do you like Southern California?
I do. I definitely very different culture-wise, weather-wise, everything. I thought there'd be a few more Irish people, but which is interesting because there's so many Irish people, as Donna was saying, in New York and Boston. But it's been great. I meet so many cool people and interesting people every single day, and we're so lucky and fortunate that we get to do music out here. So yeah, it's been great.
It's a funny place. It's a different world, isn't it? Southern California. I will go into more detail. We have 8 or 9 hours ahead of us on the Lockin yet to be diving into Southern California. But
Can't wait.
It's a fascinating place. But I wonder, would maybe Donna would suggest a drink for us to sip on while we get started? Like I have Tullamore D.E.W original here in front of me. Donna, yeah. Do you have something similar, or Hannah, have you got an old whiskey to sip on?
Yeah. So I have actually. I poured it and put it back on the shelf because I like my shelves look look nice and neat. I have the Tully 12. Let me show you the bottle, just so we're all on the same page. I love a Tully 12, definitely like as my first drink, especially because I knew we were going to be sipping on a few. So I've got mine poured out here, and I think Hannah's got some Tully too.
We do indeed. My favorite one is a cider cask finish. I think this is
lovely.
Absolutely unbelievable. It's definitely it's our favorite, yeah.
Mine's 14 year is my favorite, so.
Okay.
Very fancy.
I really like this one. I like them all.
This is amazing. So we're starting with this one tonight, and I'm very excited. It's a beautiful whiskey.
Donna, have you a toast for us to kick off with our we all have different Tully sips?
Yeah, of course I do. Like, sure, we'll be doing many toasts, I'm sure. But I guess this one is to friendship, right? Because there's a lot. We're all Irish, we're all friends, and we're going to be even better friends after this. Fingers crossed, if none of us mess up. So, all right, here's to you and here's to me. The best of friends may we always be. And if somehow we disagree, then fuck you and here's to me. Cheers.
Oh, jeez, we're starting off strong.
Cheers, Lonja.
One of the first questions I got from the lads, by the way, Barry, was, am I allowed to curse on this?
Well,
and I said, yeah, you definitely are, because I have.
For all the children tuning in, we apologise for Donna's... No, you're grand. If there's children here with whiskey, they've already passed the test, so they're grand.
I have, yeah. Definitely.
Lovely. Okay, let me take a sip of this now. I want to put up the details here for people who are following along. So I told people I'd be drinking three whiskeys. This is the first of the 3 that I'd be sipping tonight. So this is Tullamore D.E.W original, and this is blended Irish whiskey, triple distilled, matured in ex-bourbon and ex-sherry casks at 40% ABV. Donna, is there anything else you would like to share about this, the stalwart of the Tullamore D.E.W range?
Yeah, absolutely. This is Tully OG. It's the best Tully that there is. It's the most drinkable. And the only thing I'd say that you left out there in that little quick kind of highlight is that it's actually finished not only in sherry and bourbon, but also ex-Irish. So it's triple matured. It's triple distilled. But the most special thing about Tullamore D.E.W is that it's a blend of all 3 styles of Irish whiskey. So we have grain whiskey in there, we have malt whiskey in there, and we have pot still whiskey. And we're actually the original triple blended Irish whiskey, something we're very proud of. And what we kind of say is that each of the different styles bring their own flavor. So grain's going to bring that sweetness, kind of like a honey or a cereal sweetness. Malt is going to bring that fruitiness, that nice berry fruits. And then pot still is going to bring that spiciness, like a peppery spice and an oily mouthfeel. So there's a lot that goes into Tullamore D.E.W Original, despite how affordable and accessible it is. It's usually aged, every bottle is 4 to 7 years old. So you're getting a really high quality whiskey. Obviously it's these 3 different types of barrels, 3 different styles of whiskey, triple matured. So very special stuff. And that's my go-to. Like, you just can't beat a Tully neat.
Yeah, it is lovely neat. I'd never add anything to it. No water, no mixer, no ice. You could drink it out of a flower pot. It's lovely.
Yeah, it's very approachable. That's the thing about Tully, and you know, anybody, you know, I know everybody is watching this is, you know, been drinking whiskey for a long time, but if you're ever to introduce anybody to whiskey, I always think that Tully Original is a great avenue, great way to do it, because it is soft, smooth, approachable, friendly. It goes down easy. It's no complaints.
Does it make singing easier, Hannah?
I mean, it helps a little bit. I'm not gonna lie. It's one of, if I was ever performing, if I had an Irish gig, I actually perform a lot in the Irish Times. Well, used to perform last year a lot in the Irish Times, great pub. And yeah, I'd have a cheeky little glass of Tullamore D.E.W. I personally, honestly think it's my favorite whiskey. I think it's so smooth, and I'd usually have that one on set. So yeah.
People are going to think we staged all this, like that we got people together who just love Tullamore D.E.W, and then we told you all, make sure we talk about Tullamore D.E.W. Like,
well, we all do love Tullamore D.E.W, but like it's mostly because we all sesh together, and that's what my drink of choice. So everybody on this, except for you, Barry, we haven't been out proper drinking except for on this. Everybody who's going to be on this tonight has definitely had a Tully session with me. A heavy one.
Well, I'm left out. I'm feeling ignored, and it's okay. We'll make up for it in due course. And I wonder, would you kick off our Lockin tonight with an old tune for us?
I will. We'll sing a couple of tune outs. This first one is called "I Know My Love." There's a very famous version of this by the Coors and the Chieftains, incredible legends of Ireland. And yeah, I think this one's a bit of crack. So you're at home, if you want to join in, clap along, fantastic.
Brilliant. We'll put you up full screen.
I know my love by his way of walking, and I know my love by his way of talking. And I know my love dressed in a suit of blue, and if my love leaves me, what will I do? And still she cried, I love him the best, and a troubled mind sure can know no rest. And still she cried, bonny boys are few, and if my love leaves me, what will I do? There is a dance house in Mardyke, and there my true love goes every night. He takes a strange girl upon his knee. Now don't you think that vexes me? And still she cries, I love him the best, and a troubled mind sure can know no rest. And still she cried, funny boys are few, and if my love leaves me, what will I do? If my love knew I could wash and wring, if my love knew I could sew and spin, I'd make a coat of the finest kind, and the want of money sure leaves me behind. And still she cried, I love him the best, and a troubled mind sure can know no rest. And still she cried, funny boys are few, and if my love leaves me, come on one more time. And still she cried, I love him the best, and a troubled mind sure can know no rest. And still she cried, funny boys are few, and if my love leaves me, what will I do?
Woo! Yes.
What a star. I've never heard that song. I loved it.
It's one of my favorite Irish tunes because it's not very well known, but it also has a little bit of a Spanish flair to it. For those of you who don't know, the Spanish Armada came in the 1500s, I think, to Cork, around that region. So some Irish music has a little bit of a Spanish flair to it. So that's one of them. But yeah, one of our favorites. I love that tune.
Is there a mention of Cork there with a mention of Mardyke?
Mardyke, yeah. Is that in Cove?
In Cork, yeah. Mardyke is in Cork. Cork City,
there you go.
Yeah.
There you go. Yeah, all my family, my dad's side is all from East Cork. He's from Youghal, as I like to say. So yeah, I love Cork. Cork is one of the best parts of Ireland, I'm not going to lie, even though I am from Dublin. But
well, you can imagine the evisceration you'd get if you came on here and said you didn't like Cork, because I've built people up to think that it is God's kingdom, the chosen land.
Yeah, definitely. And if you go down to Cork, you know, Cork people are very, very proud individuals, and rightly so. It's an absolutely beautiful part of Ireland. So yeah, I'm proud that I have both sides of me.
That was an amazing kickoff. You're right into it with a session. Like, that's the kind of clapping and attitude we'd expect at the end of a Lockin, not the first song. You went for it.
Yeah, she's just getting warmed up, Barry.
Yeah.
Jeez, what'll we be like in 2 hours? We'll be horizontal.
Yeah, well, we have a couple of different ones as well. I'll be doing an original and also a little pop one by I don't know if any of you know this band called Bewitched. Very, very famous band called Bewitched. I'd like to say the equivalent of the Spice Girls in Ireland. We're very proud of them. So
that's very generous. That's very generous there, that they were the Spice Girls equivalent. But we were proud of them in Ireland, weren't we? Yeah.
You know, I only recently kind of found out that Bewitched made it all the way over here.
Yeah.
So it was Paddy's Day this year, and I had 2 friends over. Don't give out to me, right? COVID had just hit, and one of them was American. And I'm putting on, you know, I've got YouTube on the TV. Anybody who knows me, I'm banging the tunes every time we're here having a drink. And I had all the different Irish songs going on. And then I put on Bewitched, and I knew me and the Irish girl who was here, Georgina, would start like dancing around. But the American was singing all the words. And I was like, what? And it made it here. It made it like proper into the charts. Like, all the people our age know it, which is crazy.
Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah. It's insane. Exactly. C'est la vie. And I remember performing that song, not thinking anyone would know it. I used to perform it a lot at the Irish Times. And I was like, guys, I'm going to put this in the set. I love this song. You may know it, you may not. We'll see what happens. And the Americans were like bouncing off the walls. I mean,
I can't wait to hear this.
Yeah, so it's a great tune, and yeah, I'm glad they did so well out here. It's fantastic.
I was listening to some of your music, Hannah, before earlier today, and there was 2 songs you sang. I didn't tell you that I'd listened to them, but they were amazing versions. And there was of the Cranberries' Zombie, and also your version of the Fields of Athenry. Two very different, but very, very beautifully put together versions, I thought.
Oh, that's so nice of you. Thank you to say that. Yeah, I have a profound love for the Cranberries. I love them so much, and I adore that song, Zombie. And also Fields of Athenry. Not many Americans actually know that song, but it is just such a beautiful song. We usually know it in football matches. You know, Lola, the fields of Athenry. Da, 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 da. Hey, baby, where the free birds fly? So it's very well known in that sense, but not a lot of people actually know it. Like, if I sang it in a bar, they have no idea what it is, but it's stunning.
I tell you how I know the Fields of Athenry. The first time I got introduced to it was like when I used to go to the disco, the local disco in Dublin, and it was the like dance version, which is a great version. And that was, for me, that was when we were like, hey baby, watch the free birds fly. It was when we were there like proper dancing. Getting down to it at the disco. Bengali.
Yeah, I think that there's always going to be like a hard techno version of like any Irish song. There always is. Always.
Yeah, it's that version of the Fields of Athenry is like Ireland's Cotton Eye Joe, you know, that kind of beat like.
The thing that really impresses me, Barry, about Hannah is like her ability to adapt this year. So obviously I've seen her perform in real life, but like we got together and I was doing virtual whiskey tastings and Tullamore D.E.W trainings, and I was trying to look for something that would spice it up a little bit. Like I was showing a deck and, you know, trying to make it as fun as I could, but I was like, there's got to be something, an extra element that we can add here. And of course, like with Tully, it's about celebrating everything Irish. So I called Hannah and I was like, do you think that like you could perform on Zoom, and like what would that look like? And, you know, like, do you think it would be awkward for the people watching, or like, how's it going to work? So we tried it and we did it on one of my trainings, and it was received unbelievably well. Like I can't tell you how many texts and comments and stuff I got afterwards. Like she steals the show from me every single time. So I'm like, I'm there, I'm talking about Tully, I'm taking out the whiskey and everything, and then she gets on, and that's all anybody remembers. And she found a way to make you feel like you're in the room with her. It's deadly. Like I'm very, very impressed, Hannah.
Oh, that's so nice of you to say. Thank you so much.
And
thank you so much
cue to exit now. I don't need to be here at all. Like this is Donna's show tonight. So Donna's going to keep flying the flag and being the hype girl for everybody tonight, which is fantastic.
Yeah, no, those
brilliant.
are great. It's been interesting, and it has been hard to think of what we can do as musicians, because obviously we don't have live performances. But
yes,
people have really been able to adapt this year. Even what we have right now currently is an incredible example of that. And yeah, I think it's great, the fact that you can perform, have a bit of crack, and literally not leave your bedroom. Like, you know, it's amazing. Just because like with live gigs, you're traveling, you can be traveling for a few hours, setting up and everything. And I think this is a fantastic way to do it, really.
And
so
I think
we're going to hear more from Hannah. And I know we want to be conscious of some of the times with our other friends that are joining us tonight who have small windows perhaps to join us. But Donna, maybe you could introduce our next guest who's waiting in the wings there from Long Beach in California, which to me is most known as the home of the Queen Mary, but it's home to other things as well. Donna, maybe you could give a little introduction to your friend, Mr. Christy Caldwell.
There he is, the man, the myth, the
How's
legend.
it going?
Hi.
I can't wait to hear an introduction from Donna.
All right. Well, you know, he comes from my favorite part of Donegal. He knows all my local bars, all my local spots. But we actually met over here, and he comes from Long Beach, and he's waving the Irish flag down there, and has opened a fantastic bar called Ordinarie, which I believe he's coming into us from tonight, right?
No, I'm not coming from the Ordinary tonight. The Ordinary is doing a miracle Christmas pop-up, so it's a very kitschy looking place, and it's, you know, there's a bit of activity up there now. So before I opened the Ordinary, I ran the old Dubliner in Long Beach for years, which is just, I think, one of the best Irish bars in the city, if not the area. And being Barry, you know, having been honored to get on to the show here about whiskey, I thought I'd come down and get quick access to all the whiskeys we have down here. Fair
play. You've got a good selection of whiskey there, I believe.
Oh yeah. We've I've been out of it 2 years, but I've been on the wings of it 2 years. But I came down and rated it, and most of the good stuff's all still here. In fact, it's still a pretty large selection. Of course, to go with the theme of tonight, I thought I better grab some of this stuff.
Oh,
here.
Look.
Ooh,
John has all these placements
nice.
made. Look.
She asked me to find a place that'd be one of the old things behind it, but Donna, I couldn't find one.
When you texted me and said that you had that, Christy, I was like, how does he have the Phoenix? It's incredibly hard to find. It is the most asked question that I get. So I get emails probably daily or messages, where can I get Phoenix? So go on, tell us, where'd you get that bottle?
I've had this bottle at home since it was available. We got it through here. Yeah, we had it in here for a long time. I believe it was the relaunch or the opening of the new distillery.
Mm-hmm.
And we were one of the first groups. We take a group of about 20 people back every year on a pub and culture tour of Ireland. As I'm sure you can imagine how that goes, Barry. Lots of culture. But I think we were one of the first guests, one of the first groups that were given the tour around the new thing, and we each left with a bottle, and Yeah, Jason wants to pour his Phoenix, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to pour mine too. I mean, so just for anybody who's watching who doesn't know, he's absolutely right. It was the whiskey that they launched for the rebuild of the distillery. So the distillery had closed, it got reopened. We bought a piece of land, William Grandsons. They put over 100 million into rebuilding the distillery. They make all 3 types of whiskey there. They bottle it. We now have a cooperage there. We have warehouses, so it's grain to glass, the distillery, and it really is state of the art. But the real significance of the Phoenix is, okay, one, rising from the ashes. But the other part of the story is that Tullamore town was one of the first towns in Ireland to be, well, randomly just a town in Ireland that was a victim of a hot air balloon incident, where a fire hit the entire town, went up in flames, and everybody lost everything. So they got together, all the people of the village, and they rebuilt Tullamore. And from that day on, they had the symbol of the Phoenix and the flag for Tullamore and the crest of arms for Tullamore. So we thought it was really special to put the Phoenix. If you walk into the Tullamore distillery, one of the first things you see is a massive Phoenix on a piece of glass. And we came out with the Phoenix, which is a 55% ABV. Tully, that is just a fan favorite. It is so delicious and tasty. It's hot, but it's not being made anymore. So
very hard to find.
I love this stuff, and I'm gonna have to pour myself a glass of it now as well.
Christy,
yes.
You've got the good stuff in your glass. I'm curious, how did you find your way to America? And don't say you flew in on a plane, but how did you? How does a man from Donegal end up in Southern California?
It's a funny story. I like to tell it a certain way because a good friend, the friend of mine that brought me out, he passed away last year. But his name was Mike McLaughlin, and he was from Caldwell, which is where my family owns a bar called McGrory's. And I started bartending there when I was about 11 years old. As soon as I could reach, it's a pure. It was a country pub that became they built on. My grandfather built it into a small hotel, and then there was a function room out the back. And then in the 90s, my uncles and my aunt took over, turned it into a fairly world-class music venue, and we hosted some amazing acts out there. But I worked there the whole time from I was 11. And Mike would come back from Mike lived in Los Angeles. He actually moved to Los Angeles with George Best. So Mike used to play. He used to play for Mike used to play for Man United in the reserve team. He never made it to the front. There was things that happened, but he just missed. He missed a letter in the mail, I guess, and Busby didn't like it too much. But Mike and Bestie were good mates to the point where when Mike left United, Bestie had him run his 2 nightclubs in Manchester, Slack Alice's and whatever else. So then when Bestie got signed for the LA team, he opened up Bestie's in Hermosa Beach, and Mike came out and ran Bestie's for him. And Mike would come in and see me. His brother had a wedding in our family bar, and Mike would tell me, "If you're 21, I'll get you a job in a bar in America." So, 21, I was bored one day. I give him a call. Next thing I'm in Hermosa Beach. So
you can thank George Best for indirectly for bringing you out to America.
Well, yeah, in a way.
Tell us about.
I never got to meet him, unfortunately. That was one of the things. So
I'd imagine there would have been some sessions back in the day with George Best. God bless him.
I heard a lot of stories from a lot of the locals that used to be in Hermosa when he was about. And when he died, we went. They had a memorial in Bestie's, which is now called something else. But and there was a lot of stories told. One of them was a friend of mine. Another friend of mine was there, and he was out drinking with George and the current Miss World, and George pulls him aside and goes, "Hey, here, do me a favor. You have to keep this one busy for a minute. I have to go meet some girl."
Oh my God.
He's like, "You want me to keep Miss World happy? Okay, no bother."
I'll do my best.
It must have been an awful life for George Best with his fame and his money, finding himself in Southern California, the party scene that was presented to him there.
Yeah,
must have been an awful temptation.
No, that's from what I hear. He had good fun. He was just one of the locals out there. I think that's why he probably ended up going there. They just kind of, there's George,
Christy, tell us about the Ordinary. What is the Ordinary? What should people know about it?
Well, after coming from the pub world of things, and I've been here 20 years. I love the culture of American, like drinking and looking into the history of it all, and like cocktails and things like that. Cocktails would be America's gift to the world of culinary things. Cocktails started here, and so I decided, I want to open a tavern. Anytime I find myself traveling in any part of the States, I'll end up in the oldest place I can find, or going to the old bars, and especially New York, the old taverns and stuff like that. So I wanted to recreate something like that. So I when researching the name, I found out the Ordinary was that was an old name for tavern. So they used to there was a quote that was in the laws of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts that said every community is required by law to build an ordinary for the receiving, refreshment, and entertainment of travelers and strangers. And I said, right, that's the name. And then I spelt it the same way as it was in that ARIE. So now half the people call it the Ordinary, half the people call it the Ordinaire. So I knew that would happen half the time, so it feels like Del Boy sometimes, the Ordinaire.
We have some pictures of it here, so it's kind of an art deco.
Beautiful.
Yeah, it was once home to a place that was famous in Long Beach called the Blue Cafe. It's been sitting empty for a long time, and we kind of found that there was nothing there, just a shell. So we had to recreate an old look, and I think we pulled it out pretty good. It's a comfortable place. Cocktails are on point. The food is great, and it just has the right vibe and feel that I was going for, which not dissimilar to what community pubs or family pubs that the things that I grew up in and I was used to. But
And Christy, like, despite it being an American tavern, like, you've got Irish dishes on there that are fire. Tell us about some of the Irish food.
Jesus, where did you find Irish food in the Ordinary's menu, Donna? See, Donna didn't drink a Tullamore before she starts eating.
No, there is. There's like, I've had like a stew, I think, or a pie or something there, and didn't we just have actually the last time we went to the Ordinary, we were supposed to eat dinner. We ended up having whiskey for dinner and went downhill after that.
No,
you've got good stuff.
Chicken pot pie, but we kind of went for most everything's from the American side of things. We definitely because the Dubliner is here in Long Beach. I didn't want to open up another Irish pub so close, so we went into something like that. This place here, the Dubliner, still one of my favorite places. I spent 14 years here, so. We went.
You can walk from the Dubliner to the Ordinary, so it's ideal.
I'm still waiting on Barry. I'm still waiting on that donkey up the freeway there with the bottle of red breast.
You're looking for some of this, is it? The red breast 30-year-old.
I thought you sent it up.
Yeah, I put it on the back of a donkey. Did it not get to you? No.
No, he's still walking. Maybe he went the wrong way and ended up in Tijuana.
He might have. We'll find. If he comes back, I'll send him back up the road, up the 101.
Oh, good man.
So tell me, what role does Irish whiskey play in the Ordinary, if any? We have
whiskey in there. It's something it's very interesting. Been in the cocktail world, and coming from a very Irish whiskey heavy place, and finding out the bartenders and people that are more into the American mixology and craft side of things, and doing it myself. But trying to convince people to use Irish whiskey it's bartenders themselves. It's kind of. And, I know that we tell them the history of it. We say, look, you're looking at all these old books, all the whiskeys in those books. That's all Irish whiskey. Nobody was drinking bourbon. Nobody was drinking Scotch. It was all Irish. But, I think it's as more full-bodied whiskeys find their way out there, I feel they'll make their way into more cocktails more regularly. But, over the years, I've sat bartenders down and I've pulled bottles down. I've brought bottles in. I'm like, okay, let's sit down here. They're so used to the three big blends and the flavor profiles that they bring, Yeah. And sometimes
when you send you a sample of Redbreast 30-year-old, you're not going to throw it into a cocktail, are you?
I'll throw it down my neck, sorry.
Good old-fashioned.
Just straight down my neck. That's when my place is getting thrown. I love Redbreast. It's been my favorite for a long time, and it's just the pot still whiskeys, pot still Irish whiskeys it's kind of, for me, that's where it's at. I love good blends, and I love the stuff that come through it, aged whiskeys, but it's definitely pot stills.
That's it. We're all fans.
When's your pot stills coming out, Donna?
Yeah, we're waiting patiently for Donna's pot stills from Tullamore to come out.
It is coming. It's
I'm getting
coming.
text here. I'm getting text here on the side saying keep it on Tullamore. What are you talking about?
No, absolutely not. Like, look,
Donna
like
trying to take over here. I said you're the co-host, not trying to take over by painting a Tullamore brush over everything. Like,
no, like so one of the reasons I got
Are we
this
allowed
job.
to drink?
you're
Oh,
allowed
you're
to drink.
allowed to drink.
Yeah.
Cheers.
Cheers, Launcha.
Launcha.
Now, one of the reasons I actually ended up getting this job was because of how much I fell in love with Green Spot. I was just like, so at the time when I worked at the Irish Times, they hadn't, like, I think they only started shipping Green Spot over here like maybe 5 years ago. So for the first few years, I used to always get a bottle of it in Dublin Airport and take it home. And it would be like my little Irish whiskey I had at the house. And my sister worked in a bar here that was a really great whiskey bar. It's now closed down, but she worked here for 7 years in that bar. And she loved Green Spot. And my sister Kelly told me all about it. And so we would take it back from Ireland. And then finally one day it was on the shelf at the Irish Times. And I was so confused. I was like, oh my God, like, how did Green Spot get here? And the Irish Times is kind of well known for having like amazing prices. So everybody go there if you want to have a nice whiskey, because you'll probably get it for a very reasonable price. So we were selling Green Spot for not very expensive. So I started selling it to all my customers. I was like, this stuff, guys, is only after coming to America. I sneak a bottle of this home every time I go, or back here every time I go home. So one day, one of the Southern reps comes into me and he was like, who the hell is drinking all the Green Spot here? And I go, everyone. It's like, everybody's drinking. I've got everybody on like tons of Americans, because the Irish Times is actually really visited by a lot of Americans, and they all loved it, and it was like a sick price. So yeah, that's how I found my love for Irish whiskey. I'm a huge pot still fan, and I am counting down the days till Tullamore launches one just so I can drink it all the time.
Well, we will share those pot stills from Tullamore with you as soon as they're released. Christy, will you be able to stay with us for a few minutes? I'd love to ask Hannah to regale us with another melody of her own choosing. Hannah, and then we'll go up to Culver City in California for a chat then as well. But Hannah, what would you like to sing for us next?
So we're going to sing an original. We wrote this at the start of lockdown, where we had no idea what was going on, and I was completely lost. I didn't know what to do because live performances were gone and everything. So I wrote this song called Scrolling, and I hope you enjoy. Staring at the wall, when's it going to end? Minutes passing by, should I call a friend? It's fine, see you when it's over in the headlines. Don't feel the open sky. It's like someday we'll meet again, my friend. Scrolling through my life to pass the time. Day by day we lose our mind. Rolling, waiting for the storm to pass me by. Day by day I lose my mind. I could make the call, but it would never feel the same. I could fix a drink, but I wouldn't know the pain. It's fine to see you when it's over in the headlines. Don't feel till the open sky. Heads fly. Someday we'll meet again, my friend. Scrolling through my life to pass the time. Day by day we lose our mind. Rolling, waiting for the storm to pass me by. Day by day we lose our mind. Day by day we lose our mind. Scrolling through my life to pass the time. Day by day we lose our minds. Rolling, waiting for the storm to pass me by. Day by day I lose my mind.
Wow.
Thank you.
Beautiful.
Thank you so much.
That's lovely.
On Spotify, if anyone wants to give that a listen.
And we made it in this room.
We did. We made it in this exact room. Yeah.
What's the name of that? Hannah, give us the name of that song again.
It's called Scrolling.
Scrolling.
Yeah,
Beautiful. That's on
scrolling
Spotify.
through your phone, which, yeah, I'm very bad. I'm very bad at just like constantly scrolling.
She's the worst.
Just Instagram, Facebook, everything. I was like, I need to just stop this. But I just
You might as well sing about it as well as
I may as well write a song about it. You're right. So that's what
It didn't stop her doing it, mind. I'll tell you that.
No, I'd say not. And now that you got the song, you have to keep doing it. People in the audience loving it. Great song. Bravo.
Oh, thank you so much.
Great song. It goes on and on. Give Hannah a round of applause, and Elliot as well there for that wonderful song for our audience.
Thanks so much. Really appreciate it. Thank you.
And Hannah's website is up there for anybody who wants to check out and support Hannah and see what she's up to. Hannah Crowley Music is the website, and there's links there to her music and videos as well. And Hannah's going to stay with us for a little bit. She's not getting off that lightly. There's more songs coming yet. And Christy's going to stick around for a little bit, but we're going to try for the first time to bring in a fifth guest. It's never been done before. Never in the history of the Lockin.
This is a big fifth guest to bring in for the first time.
This is a big one. We're going all the way up to Culver City, California, to bring in Mr. Kevin Kearns. You're very welcome.
How are you?
Would you look at you?
How are you, folks? What's the crack?
Hello.
How's it going, Kevin?
How are you? No,
Nice to see you, sir. Fantastic. Hannah, that was a beautiful song, by the way.
Thank you so much.
Lovely to meet you.
Lovely to meet you.
It's gorgeous. And Barry, lovely to meet you. And Elliot, is it Elliot?
Yes, Elliot. Pleasure to meet you too, Kevin.
Very nice to meet you, Kevin. Don is going to give you a glowing introduction in a second. I have poured my second whiskey of the night, which is Dingle Single Malt Batch 5. If anybody wants to pour their Dingle in their glass, as I mentioned at the start of tonight, we're dedicating tonight to the passing of our dear friend Mary Ferreter, Dingle's founding mother, and we're sipping on some Dingle this time, Dingle Single Malt Batch 5. We'll talk a little bit more about that. But what's in all of your glasses now? Kevin, what are you drinking tonight?
Right now, I'm drinking Guinness because I was just eating oysters, believe it or not. We have an oyster bar that just opened up beside us, so he brought me over a sample. So I'm having a very spoiled COVID Friday afternoon, and I'm about to drink, just for Donna's sake, why not? Let's rub it in. Tully 12 for my first beverage, which is actually my favorite Tully, to be honest with you. I'm a big fan of it.
Some influence Donna has getting Tullamore D.E.W into everybody's hands, I'll tell you that. This is some market.
Barry, she hijacked it. This is the Donna show this week.
Big
might as well leave.
Big boxes arrived at the front door.
Yeah. Who did?
The boxes arrived at the front door, Kevin, full of whiskey. But the donkey still has
a nice little warm-up whiskey.
It is, yeah. It's a beautiful whiskey. We're not going to deny. We will have other whiskies tonight for those of you who are following along as well. But Donna, would you give Kevin a very good introduction there to our guests?
You know I will. All right. So this man I met over Christmas dinner. The first year that I had just arrived in LA, I was a baby, and we quickly bonded, finding out that we were both from Donegal. And I think at this point, we could pretty much say that we're family. If you live in LA, you definitely know who Kevin Kearns is. He's a character, he's a legend, and you might have also seen him in Sons of Anarchy. The one, the only, the hero, Kevin P. Kearns.
Wow.
Oh,
Cool. That's amazing. What intro.
How do you live up? I didn't know you liked me that much. Very nice.
How does a man from Donegal end up in Sons of Anarchy?
I developed an acting addiction. I was living up in Northern California, and I went to see a play. Actually, I went to see another Donegal man in a play, a one-man show. Mary Jones play called A Night in November. I don't know if any of you have ever seen it, but it's worth seeing if you haven't. And a lad from Buncrana, actually, a guy called Paul Barnett, played 27 characters in 1 hour. And I sat there, I was in my late 20s. I was in sales management. And I was literally, that blown away. I said, you know what, that's what I want to do. That's what I want to do. I want to take an acting class. And it went from there. I went from class to school, went back to school. And went to school up there for a couple of years, and then did a lot of theatre, regional and otherwise, and then moved back to LA. I'd lived in LA previous, but moved back to LA to pursue acting career, which was hit and miss. You know, some good years, some bad years, but overall it was an amazing experience. And as a net result of my acting addiction, I developed a bartending career. And which then ultimately is
all the best ones do, Kevin.
I'm like Mike Pence. There's going to be a play right here, which led to the Owl Fella, which is my joint in Culver City.
Tell us about the Owl Fella. There's a
So,
picture here of it. A beautiful looking bar altogether. How did the Owl Fella come about, and what's special about the Owl Fella?
The Owl Fella, as I think every Irish barman, or maybe every Irish person, hankers somewhat in the back of their psyche to own their own pub. I grew up, I've been going to pubs my whole life, as you do, and I worked in pubs in London. That was my first experience, and I'd always kind of harbored the wish, but like I said, I was pursuing different goals and different dreams. And I was working at a place called Wally's in Beverly Hills, which is synonymous more so with wine, fine wine, and all things expensive. And I'd been there for a number of years. I ran an Irish pub in Santa Monica and worked in a bunch of them. But I'd spent 11 years at O'Brien's on Main Street, which is no longer there. But I left and went over to the dark side, went over to Beverly Hills, where I learned a lot about fine wine and alcohol and, good food and et cetera, and much more of a restaurant environment, I guess. And I was there for 4.5 years, and it came to an abrupt halt as a result of my own volition. And when that ended, it was time to not be the new boy again. I couldn't, at 48 years old, start again as the new guy in somebody else's bar. So I'd already kind of written the outline or the idea of what, if I ever were to have a place, what it would look like, feel like, smell like, sound like. And literally just went back to Ireland for a month, wrote the business plan, and came back and dragged a partner out of said Wally's. And we set about the joyous task of opening a bar in California, which, as Christy can attest, is no mean feat. And it took a year. It was a year in the making from page to stage.
Thank God you could open just in time for 2020, Kevin.
Just in time. Thanks for the Christ.
Just in time for 2020. You did good.
Christ. Yeah. Well, to be honest with you, you know what? It probably was a good thing. We opened the day before Thanksgiving. It's a never winding tale. This little place constantly reminds me of humility and to be humble. It sends signals, smoke signals every now and again. We got our liquor license on my birthday of last year, which was I took it as a sign. We're suspicious people, and I took that as a sign, a good one. We opened the day before Thanksgiving, which I took as a good one. We closed, mandated, the day before St. Patrick's Day, which wasn't such a good one. we got reopened again. We got up on one knee in May, and we got back up on 2 feet in July. The city worked with us, and we managed to expand our outdoor space dramatically to where we had more capacity than we ever did. And then we closed again on our anniversary, the day before Thanksgiving. Again,
Amazing.
They closed outdoor dining, so it's been challenging but rewarding to say the least in every respect. It's
But
I
you're
have no
both,
regrets. I wouldn't.
the two of you, bar owners and entrepreneurs in California, are still smiling despite all of this this terrible year. You still seem to the Guinness, the pints is what does it. You have a smile on your face.
And we're from Donegal, Barry. Have you ever been up to Donegal?
Oh,
We're
yeah,
used to- We're used to this kind of stuff.
This is not,
Offended country.
this is not the,
It's a summer business.
you'll never find a Donegal man with you'll never find a Donegal man with hair on his back. The wind is brutal. It's I don't know. Maybe it's just it's a tougher skin, I suppose. Maybe that the Irish are blessed with. That obviously, it's a global pandemic that the world has never seen before. But we take it in our stride. Like, I'm here today. I've got Jane, my bar manager here called Jane Harvey. The two of us are just working together. We're open for takeout and delivery, and we're just we're having the crack. What else are you gonna do? Get on with it.
You've experienced more hardship in Donegal on a Tuesday than you would in 2020 in California. Like.
Absolutely.
Well,
Absolutely.
I've noticed that there's no losing the accent either. I don't know if you're like me, but I'd be terribly afraid to lose my accent for fear people would know that I have nothing behind it, only the accent. And you two seem to have kept the Irish accent as well.
Well, we give each other accent classes. We meet every 2 weeks.
Great being friends with an actor.
We meet every 2 weeks. And Christy reminds me, goes, "No, it's I, Kevin. You say I. No. It's no yes and no."
But you
Kevin,
Cork people wouldn't be wanting. Cork people wouldn't be wanting to lose their accent now.
Oh God, no! I mean, people need to know we're from Cork, not just from Ireland, but we're from Cork.
That's it,
Um,
If you know a Cork man, you know he's from Cork. He tells you enough, even though he sounds it.
He'll tell you, yeah. He'll tell you.
By the grace of God,
We know.
I thought you were going to say if you know a Cork man, you're all right, but you went a step further. I'm
what part of Cork are you from, Barry?
I'm from Cove by.
Oh, you are.
Bye bye.
Quite strong calves from walking up them hills.
Oh, stop! Big hills in Cove. Yeah.
He's a fan of the calves. Christy's a big fan of the calves.
Oh, I love the calves.
Loves
Yeah.
calves.
That's why we lost
Kevin,
Kevin.
tell our Irish audience and those who are familiar with it. Culver City, that's television land, isn't it?
It has become that way. It used to be movie land way back in the 20s. The Culver Studios was here. A lot of the classics were filmed here. A lot of the John Wayne movies. John Wayne actually lived across the street at the Culver Hotel on the top floor. Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs was done here, and Gone with the Wind, a lot of that stuff. And then the studio kind of fell into disrepair a bit. Culver Studios did. Sony is here also. But in the last 3 to 4 years, there's been a huge swing back. Amazon Studios bought Culver Studios and are currently under development. They have 1 million square feet of studio space under development. They're going to move all their in-house production stages to where Culver Studios was. Apple just broke ground for Apple Studios, and then HBO are re-headquartering next year. So there's a big push back towards it becoming, somewhat of a TV land. You're right. Basically, that's what it is. That's pretty much what it was built on. But it's it was always a working class city, and still is. It still has that feel. It's a bit like Long Beach in that way, Christy. Really, I think in that, you have a lot of people that came here. They moved here because their work was here. They were grips at the studio, or electricians, or they were the grafters, so to speak. And they stay. They're the house that they paid $100,000 for back in 1985 is now worth $2 million. But the people are still the same. They're nice people. They're very much unaffected. There's not a lot of it's not like Venice where you get a lot of trendy bullshit, or Beverly Hills where you get a lot of pretentious, rich assholes, or Hollywood where you get that, that attitude. It's lacking in all of that. It's very much down home, and it's probably the most. I don't know. I think I heard somebody. How did they describe it last week? It was kind of like the Midwest of LA, is how it was described. Culver City is like the Midwest of Los Angeles. So
I feel like it's the new hangout spot. Like everybody's in Culver City now. Yeah,
great.
There's a lot going on. There's a lot of buzz. There was, there still is. There's a lot of places under development, and again, a lot of it's based on what's coming, as opposed to. We designed the Alpha, or I did, more betting on a downturn, but nobody could foresee this downturn. But the idea was that you still have a beautiful space where you can have a really good meal, a good glass of wine, a good whiskey, a good beer, in a nice environment, on a date or out with your missus, and, not have to walk away from a table having dropped $400, which in LA it's unusual, but the idea was that, let's give them something in the middle. So it's somewhat of a hybrid between a pub and a bistro, or a little more of a fine dining idea. Our ingredients are high end. The menu is, you can have anything from an $80 steak to, a $10 high, and anything in between. And the same with the wine, the same with the whiskey.
Where does the whiskey play into things then, Kevin? How much of a part of your menu you're offering it would Irish whiskey be? We have a fairly sizable selection. It's the biggest whiskeys and gins. Irish whiskey and our gin selection is quite big as well. We have a fairly extensive handcrafted cocktail list also that we do use the Irish whiskey as much as we can. We have the old fashioned, and we have the Dublin Donkey, which was named after a bar owner that shall this podcast, but it was a slap on his ass. But there's it's pretty dominant. We do get a lot of people that come in. They're curious. I think, as we all know in America, it's probably it must be the fastest growing segment. And for us, being an Irish, we are an Irish pub. We can elevate it as much as we like, but ultimately people come here for the Irish welcome and, the feeling of being at home and the hospitality. And, one of our monikers is welcome home, as kitschy as that sounds, but that's pretty much the whole idea, is that this is a place we can come. And so they do rely on us to guide them, I guess, as far as the whiskey world goes. Depending on who you're talking to, you'll be guided by an expert, or you'll get guided by price, depending on the customer, or just some people just want to try something different, something new. So, it's fairly extensive for the size that we are. I think we have probably 30 Irish whiskies. Christy's looking for some Redbreast 30-year-old. If you have any Redbreast 30-year-old, he wants you to send it over to him. He's thirsty.
I don't know where the hell, but I have one.
I have a 24-year-old one here I could drink, but it's not Redbreast. We could do that. It's
24. Oh my god, I've never tasted 24-year-old.
Teeling, though. This is lovely.
It's a 24-year-old Teeling. Is it good?
I have to say, I go to the Alvella quite a lot. In fact, Alvella Fridays is a term I've decided to call my Fridays. So everybody knows that I can be found there on a Friday. But not only I can be found there, but a lot of the locals. So it's one of those, it's become that Irish bar where you walk in, everybody. And I love that about it. But another thing that I'm really impressed by is I always find that when I'm at the bar, people are coming up and they're calling for different Irish whiskey brands. So I'm standing there and someone's asking for the Teeling single grain, or I've witnessed that so many times, Kev, and it's really interesting to me because I'm always kind of looking for things like that, and it's not that often that you see it. So I do think either they're getting the education from you guys and coming back and reordering, or people go there and they know their stuff, and they're all Americans. So it's really impressive. I love it there.
Thank you. And I know I see you every Friday. And we do get a lot of the Irish crew here from my Santa Monica days as well, because Culver City is only 8 miles from Santa Monica. So the pub had a big following. You know, everybody has their own following, and as well as that, I have a lot of experienced staff that worked at other places that, you know, brought their own regulars over here with them as well. So, you know, it has become very much a hub for the Irish community part of the city, certainly. You know, I'm not going to say that we're, you know, the preeminent Irish pub in LA, but we're definitely in this part, the western part of the city, it's one of the few that people do grab. And like I said, we have outdoor space, so you know, we were able to stay open when
Are we
others
talking
couldn't.
city or county here, Kevin? LA
Talking
City or LA?
city.
Okay, just check it.
LA.
Just making sure.
Come on. Yeah.
No, we're not
Christy,
we're
Don't
not
be so sensitive.
going to fight. We're not going to fight tonight, Kevin. There's nobody fighting about it.
No fighting. No. Donegal versus Cork wouldn't work either.
I'll say he's the preeminent Irish pub in LA City.
Well, that's good.
Thank you. I'll take it. Can you write that down, Christy?
I will. On a coaster next time I get into the bar, whatever that may be.
Christy, Long Beach would be a working kind of a working class city too, historically, wouldn't it? Are you relying on an Irish audience or an American audience in the Ordinary?
You know, there was I was living in the South Bay for so long, and I finally once the Dubliner opened up, it was kind of around the same time. I'd come down and I'd seen a few shows. Strangely enough, at the place where I ended up opening the Ordinary, but the Blue Cafe had some great music shows back in the day, and I'd come down and see those. And then the Dubliner, or the old Dubliner, opened up, and I came down here, and Dave Copley was the guy that opened it, and he's a Limerick man. He opened a bar called the Old Dubliner, I know, but it's a good spot. And the food was great, and the whiskey was good. And back then, Jesus, to have a decent pint of Guinness. Now, the Dubliner, before that, was either second or third pub for Guinness sales in the state. So Johnny Foley's up there would always be the number one up there in San Francisco, but the Dub was always consistently either second or third. I'm hoping to see the old fella, sneak up there on that list. If not try to challenge for a nose. But there's lots of Irish people down here. It's very strange. Everybody's very spread out and far away. Now, the Orange County has a lot of Irish people, and they'd all come up to Long Beach to come to the pub. There's a Gaelic football team. I know that the Wild Geese, which is a much more Irish name. And Culver City has its own team too. We'll not mention the name. It does. I wear my white. There's
nobody in the company.
No, they're all good lads. I'm only messing. It's great to have two teams, two Gaelic teams.
There's nobody in Culver City to be offended by the word Cougars. There's nothing wrong with a cougar every now and again.
People keep chasing them. They keep running away from them.
Let me ask you this: what would be your favorite Irish whiskies? Then I'll start with you, Christy, and then Kevin. Maybe you could let me know. Christy, what would you drink if you were given if budget was no issue, and it was available? What would you drink?
Well, if budget's no issue, I'll say only because I've had it and I haven't. I'm still waiting on the donkey for the Redbreast 30. I do enjoy Teeling 24 as a sipping whiskey, and I do like Barry Crockett Middleton.
Great selections.
I've enjoyed there was a Mizunara by Glendalough. What was that called? The Glendalough with the Japanese wood, the 13. That was a lovely whiskey. I have about a drop of it left at the house. There's so many new amazing whiskies coming on from Ireland right now, and Tullamore 14 of the 15. I'm sorry, I have to. Jesus, we lost him. I can say whatever I want now.
Sick of it. Yeah.
He'll be back. He will.
Oh, I will.
We might let him back in.
He's going to the toilet. That's all.
He is.
No, but
Eugene is telling us that the Long Beach is not predominantly working class. I should do some research, which I will.
Don't be listening to Eugene.
Eugene, would you stop?
Don't be listening to him. Jesus, Eugene. He worked down here long enough. He knows.
Do you know Eugene? You do?
Yeah, we do.
Eugene, Eugene's a great friend. Lovely man.
He says it's a melting pot of all classes and families. There we go.
But he'd be one for correcting you, and he's probably right.
Yeah, he's always correcting you. So Eugene works at Joxer Dailies, which is another great bar here, right on the cusp of Culver City, so not too far from the Owl Fella. They're a big Liverpool bar. They always show the soccer, show the sports. Yeah, and Eugene's just a legend. He's the hero at Joxer. Is like, I'm pretty sure Eugene and Kevin used to work together. When Kevin comes back, he'll let you know. But I'm pretty sure they work together at Fimacul.
When Kevin comes back from the toilet. There he is.
His agent called. Let me see. Has he turned on his video there? Let me see.
Yeah, Ed, you're right.
His agent called. That's so funny.
We'll try and bring Kevin in again in a second. While we're bringing Kevin back in, or while he's talking to his agent and negotiating his next movie role or his TV role, I wonder if, Hannah, you have a song suitable for such conversation around whiskey and Ireland and working class and being scolded for not doing my research. What do you think for us next?
I do. I said that I was gonna. Well, I was talking a little bit about Bewitched. How I said that Bewitched was
Traditional
great.
Irish music.
Yeah, the greatest band that came out of Ireland, I personally believe. So I argue that, but that's what I'm going to be sticking to. Yeah. So what you just said there, Barry, that that's life, c'est la vie.
Oh my god. The connection between whiskey and Bewitched is,
I know. That was
Perfect transition, girl.
I did realize
It's
what
on
I
the
did.
edge.
But I'm gonna sing a Bewitched song because I think it's a great pop song and it's Irish and people need to remember Bewitched. So I hope you enjoy it. I said, hey boy, sitting in a tree. Mommy always wants you to come for tea. Don't be shy, shaking up your tie. Get down from the treehouse, sitting in the sky. I wanna know, just wanna do. Is it very big? Is a room for two? I got a house with windows and doors. I'll show you mine, you show me yours. You gotta let me in. Hey, let the fun begin. Hey, I'm a wolf today. Hey, I'll puff, I'll blow you away. Say you won't, say you'll do what I don't. Say it's true, say to me. Say love me, say you will, say you won't. Say you'll do what I don't. Say it's true, say to me. Say love me. Do you play with girls, play with boys? You ever get lonely playing with your toys? We can talk, we can sing. I'll be the queen and you'll be the king. Hey boy, in your tree, drove down your ladder, make a room for me. I got a house with windows and doors. I'll show you mine, you show me yours. You gotta let me in. Hey, let the fun begin. Hey, I'm a wolf today. Hey, I'll huff, I'll puff, I'll blow you away. Say you won't, say you'll do what I don't. Say it's true, say to me. Say love me, say you will, say you won't. Say you'll do what I don't. Say it's true, say to me. Say love me, yeah. Na 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 oh, na 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 hey, 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 hey. Say you will, say you won't, say you'll do what I don't. Say it's true, say to me. Come on, one more time. Say love me, say you will, say you won't, say you'll do what I don't. Say it's true, say to me. Say love me.
Yes, unreal.
There you go, your
That's a banger.
Irish pop band that a lot of people forget about, but need to be reminded. Thank you,
People
Karen.
forget about Bewitched. Yeah, people loving it.
Lovely.
Thank you.
Bula Boss,
It
Hey
was brilliant.
Now, it's all
I love
coming
it.
in.
Thank you very much. Cheers. Thank you,
Thanks for
Karen.
that.
Great job.
Thanks for that, Hannah.
Thank you.
Beautiful.
All of the whiskey.
Unexpected.
Playing
Yeah, we
guitar.
weren't going to.
It's a very flat-looking
Fresh
pint.
pints here. Hold on.
It's been sitting a wee while there. We were trying to get you back, Kevin. Sure.
He's talking to his agent.
Did I lose him?
Is he gone again?
I'm gonna-
He's in and out.
I keep
There he is.
my internet keeps coming in and out.
That's because Amazon and Apple's beside you now. They're taking all your bandwidth. You'll never get internet again.
Taking away
It
all
happens with the POS all the time. Too. I think
Kevin,
you're taking
what-
me bandwidth. I heard you told everybody I went for a dookie.
No, I just said you went for a fish.
You don't need to tell us. Yeah. You don't need to tell us where you're going.
Where do your whiskey glasses go, Jane?
Barry,
Pull Jane-
sorry,
pull
Barry,
Jane
this
in
is
on
our
this.
podcast. We should probably let Barry, where
You're
we
grand.
going?
You work away. It's making life easier for me if you chat amongst yourselves. Oh, Kevin's onto the red spot now. Kevin,
I am.
would that be one of your favorites now? Red spot.
It actually is. You know, I'm a big fan of the yellow spot. I think bang for buck. It's our biggest seller. Like Donna was saying about the green spot, how she used to sell the life out of it. You know, the yellow spot's really accessible for a lot of, or certainly our American clientele that we're just introducing to good Irish whiskey. Especially with, it's with the sweetness and the caramel and the vanilla notes. This is a little bit more of a challenge, but I'm a big fan. I like the red. I haven't tried the blue yet.
Neither
excited
have I.
to
We
try it.
haven't got it out here, have we? You got it, Kevin?
I haven't seen it.
I'll
That's
stick
a
it on
really
the
good one.
donkey.
I haven't seen it here.
That's a fucking,
Barry's had it.
that donkey's got about 2 legs, I'd say, Barry. She'll never land.
I have the blue on the shelf there behind me. I'll get you a sample. I'll get you a sample.
Is that coming with the 30-year-old red breast?
And there's on the
Forward of that
donkey, Kevin. Send it on a donkey. I don't know what to think about that.
We'll need security to
coming
bring
in
those
with all
whiskies up to you.
Barry, you're coming in with all the good
Cove
Christmas presents this year.
Well, look, if it wasn't for California lockdown and stay-at-home mandates, I'd be in the car now driving you up good whiskey, like. But we got to listen to the advisories and stay home.
Where are you, Barry?
I'm downtown San Diego.
Oh, lovely. I love San Diego.
Yeah.
Great city.
I'm in the middle of Gaslamp, in the middle of an entertainment district that isn't entertaining anybody at the moment. So I'm just looking out
I know.
from the 6th floor of a building onto empty streets in Gaslamp. It wasn't the expectation moving out here, but
Is it shut down down there too,
Oh,
Barry?
yeah.
Was it patio still open?
The patios are open now today, but I think we're just waiting on the next 48 or 72 hours to get word that
That's because they lumped you in with LA County, so that put your numbers up and shut you down, I think.
And that's very odd, isn't it? I mean, for a state this size, San Diego and LA in the same kind of advisory. But sure, look,
It's absolutely preposterous. It's ridiculous.
yeah,
But we won't get into
Yeah.
politics.
we won't.
I believe,
but
Barry, you look out your window and you can see the field, right?
I can see the field on my right, and I can see what used to be the Dubliner on my left. The Dubliner just shut down, and the field is still pouring pints as of today. Yeah,
The Dubliner's gone, like not permanent gone, but temporarily gone.
it's
right?
it closed down. They've got rid. They're moving. Gone. Trying to find another location. It's gone. Yeah.
I used to the field on because every single time, and you would every time you got to walk on the bar. So it would just be the best crack ever. Yeah, you got to just walk on the bar the entire time.
Great pub.
The field's a grand
great
spot.
pub, That's gorgeous.
It's, when I first moved out here, there was 30,000 people a day in town for conferences and conventions, filling up the bars and the restaurants. And now, if you see 50 people out in the street, you're wondering, is there a protest or something, or is there what's after happening? You'd be surprised to see that many people.
There will be again.
Yeah, it'll all come back. It'll all come back.
It will, of course it will.
Christy, I'm curious. For me, the words Long Beach are forever associated with Cork because of the Queen Mary, and the Queen Mary making its transatlantic voyages from the 1930s there to the 1960s, and finally finding its home in Long Beach. It would have been a much bigger deal, I suppose, a few years ago, but maybe a tourist attraction that's maybe running into a little bit of disrepair, but still something incredible that Long Beach has there, isn't it?
It is. I actually had my wedding on the Queen Mary, and one of our guests was on the top of the Queen Mary beside the big up beside the big chimneys with a bottle of Bushmills that day. I don't know what. Late into the night that night. I don't know which one it was now. It might have been your man there. But no, I love the Queen Mary. My grandfather was on it during the war. He was in the British Merchant Navy, and they do all the Merchant Navy got all the shit jobs. They have to go. I'd never met the man. He passed away before I was born. But the stories I was told was they would get all they'd head off with a convoy of 30 ships and come back with 15. You know, so it was kind of that was the job. You just kind of all stuck together and tried to get not hit by a U-boat. Yeah. He was on the ones that went from Scotland up past Germany into Russia, up through Norway and that. But then he did Atlantic ones too. So I think he was on one from New York on the way back because it worked as a troop carrier during the war. They painted it grey and called it the Grey Ghost. And the Queen Mary still holds to this day the record for most souls afloat a vessel.
That's right.
There's some great photographs of it on there of just troops everywhere. Like
it's about 15,000, I think, wasn't it? Something like 15,000 people.
I can't remember the number, but it's some amazing number for the amount of people they put on it. And the U-boat couldn't catch her. That's why Hitler had a $1 million bounty on her head for the captain of the U-boat that would sink her. But
couldn't catch her.
Couldn't catch her. In fact, there's one when you do the ghost tour of the Queen Mary. Now they talk about there was a ship that was cut in two by the Queen Mary on its run during the war, and there was a smaller ship that was. I can't remember, but it happened off the coast of Donegal. It happened off the coast of Malin Head, and this ship was crossing it, and the Queen Mary hit her and cut it in two, and they were ordered not to slow down. The captain, they basically let the people drown because they were ordered not to stop because if you stopped, the U-boats would get it. So it's one of the most controversial moments of it. But the Queen Mary, urban commons took over and they had big plans for it. They were supposed to spend a lot of money on it. And like every other company that comes in, you realize how much money that actually needs to take care of a thing like that. So, we're hoping it continues and they hope to keep up. But some parts of the ship may need a lot of help. But it's still a brilliant thing to see and go to.
I've spent some time in it myself, and I want to go back and spend more time in it. I'm fascinated by ships. I used to work on ships myself years ago, and all my family worked on ships. And so the Queen Mary is this like snapshot of a previous time that, where else would you get it? But it's the last remaining one of the classic liners, those transatlantic ocean liners. And it's something that hopefully stays there for a long time that people can go and visit. So it's it's a fascinating thing to me.
Oh, you'll have to come to Long Beach now whenever this is all over. And we'll head up to the Isle Fella too. And Donna will be our host, no doubt. Hannah can come up.
I'll host it.
We're there.
We cannot wait for live music bars, meeting people. Oh my God.
Leaving the house.
Hannah, as soon as it's back, come and play the alpha.
Oh my God, I would love to.
By the way,
thank you.
I feel like I need to defend my stance with the bottle of Bushmills and the Queen Mary, by the way. I just need to retort and give the story behind that bottle of Bushmills. So, said bottle of Bushmills, I drove, I was at home in Donegal, and another friend of mine had just gotten married previous to Christy's wedding, and I'd driven 70 miles to the town of Bushmills, to the distillery to get that bottle, because you can only get it there where they actually, at that time, they were the only distillery that would private label and put his name on the label. And it was a man called Pat McGee, who's a great friend of mine, and it was Pat and Stacey McGee. Congratulations on your wedding was the label on the bottle. We ran out of booze and the bar was closed at the end of Christy's wedding, and we're staying on the Queen Mary. And I remembered I had a wedding present in the boot of the car, in the car park of the Queen Mary, so I went and got the bottle of Bushmills. Pat and Stacey McGee's wedding present got drank by myself, Sid Jordan, Simon Petty, and
oh my God.
Jesus. Now I know what happened to our wedding present too.
Which you can't get anywhere else other than at the distillery. And it's actually a nice bottle. I don't know if you've had it, but it's
that's the 12-year-old, I think. Is it the 12-year-old distillery exclusive? Yeah.
It's the 12-year-old, not the 14.
Yeah.
I think, the 14 you can get exclusively at the distillery as well, but the 12-year-old is the exclusive that they private label for you.
Well, when the world opens up again, and when
when
California opens up again, with Kevin and Christy, would you all be interested in hosting our lovely Irish American fans of Irish whiskey in your pubs for a lock-in like this, within, of course, legal licensing hours? But maybe we'll come live from your pubs once the world opens up again.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'd be honoured. Absolutely, be great crack.
And it has to be. Yeah. I can't be after.
I have to be there.
I will 1,000% be there.
We'll all be there. We'll all be there. So listen, Christy Caldwell and Kevin Kearns, if you want to visit, please support them. If you're in the Southern Californian region, if you're in LA County, LA City, the Ordinarie.com is Christy's restaurant, www.theordinary, check out the spelling there.com. And you can also visit the owlfella.com. How you got hold of that domain name, I don't know, the owlfella.com. Fair play to you. But visit Kevin.
To wrestle it off an owlfella.
That's a story for another lock-in, I'd say.
It is. I'm moving on.
What are you moving on to now? Redbreast 21, no less. Okay.
I'm going to go 20.
So
I'm using you as an excuse to drink the good stuff from the own.
I'm glad we gave you the excuse.
Barry, do you mind if I butt in here? Because I got a question for Christy that I want him to definitely let us know about. The miracle that you're doing at Ordinary, I don't think everybody knows what that is, but it's pretty special. So do you want to tell everybody a little bit about it?
Miracle's a Christmas cocktail pop-up that started in New York. And Greg Boehm and a few of the bars out, he started in a few of his bars out there. And it's basically, I went to Tales of the Cocktail a couple of years ago. I usually go every year, but I ran into him in the Cocktail Kingdom pop-up. And Joanne Spiegel, a good Irish woman, is actually the one who runs Miracle. She's lovely, and she puts a lot of hard work into this. And the conversation just happened there, and they were like, "Let's check and see if there's one beside you." And next thing you know, we're doing the pop-up, which, you know, it's everybody has the same cocktail recipes and the same glassware all around. It's a pretty kitsch. It's basically your kitschiest office party you've ever been to, happening every night to the point where my staff hear the Christmas music in their sleep. So, but it's a great experience. Right now, we're just doing it to pick up because we're shut down. But I want to get back to whiskey. I don't want to be talking about Christmas too much, but yeah, it's been something fun.
But it is Christmas.
If you're in Long Beach, we'd love you to stop by. It's one of the only Christmassy things we get to do this year.
Yeah.
And Christy, how do you and Kevin know each other? Because clearly you've met at some point in your lives. So how do you know each other?
Well, strangely enough, we never met in Donegal. Well, we might have. You were in McGrory. You'd come when you came back. You'd come in McGrory, my family's place. When I was working.
I grew up 3 miles from his family's.
His father was the sergeant in the town next door. You know, over from the place where my family's bar was. I always knew Sergeant Cairns. So then when we're over here, it was basically through music. Kevin books a lot of music. He's very active in the local music scene. He's been an agent for bands and booked a lot of stuff. And I guess up around Santa Monica, I played drums. I started playing with some mutual friends of ours. And somewhere along, it's a bit of a blur, but somewhere along those lines, it
was you were coming up to Santa Monica. You were coming up on a fairly regular basis just to get out of Long Beach for a couple of days at a time. You had friends. We became friends. I think. Yeah.
And then we ended up. Your friend Simon.
Yeah, we're going back. Jesus, I don't know, Christy, we go back 15 years at least at this point. How long are you here?
I'm here 20.
Yeah, maybe it might even be 20. Actually, it probably is. It's probably closer to 20.
Yeah, there you go.
But we've always been, we don't see enough of each other. We live, as you know, in California, everything's 20 minutes away, but it's 6 days away because by the time we get a chance to get there, and especially in this business, it's kind of all consuming. We work very similar schedules. But we have a good fond banter when we do get together, and it's always a bit of crack. And he saved my brother's life as well, by the way.
That was late.
So
in the
I'm
evening.
forever.
That was late in the
I'm
evening.
forever. That was very late evening. My brother Danny came over to visit a number of years ago, probably 10 years ago now. And we went out on the session as we do. Christy, myself, himself, and a couple of the other lads, and went on the rip. And we ended up at a steakhouse, which is no longer there. It was called Pacific Dining Car in Santa Monica. Unfortunately, it's gone as of last year. But we're sitting around this table, and it's, you know.
This was about 4 in the morning, though.
Probably
Was it?
5. Probably 5.
Important detail.
And next thing, I just see Christy get up.
I'm in the middle of telling a story, and you're listening.
Well, very unusually, as you can see.
And Danny's beside us, and I'm kind of going, well, your fucking man says this, and your man said that, and this happens. Next thing, Danny's beside us, and between Kevin and I, he's going,
Oh my god!
and he's got a piece of steak stuck in his throat. So I kind of get up without stopping the story, telling Kevin the story. I said, "Hold on a minute," and give him the Heimlich and a piece of steak. And Kevin's face
Oh my!
He goes, "Were you serious? I thought you were just fucking around." I thought he was joking.
I know it.
Oh wow!
I have no
You
idea.
did make his brother.
Huh?
He actually, yes. So I'm forever indebted to him until I save a member of his family's life. I'm stuck with him. That's the Donegal tradition.
Yeah.
It's the Donegal tradition.
But maybe when we all go out to a session,
Cheers to
there'll be
that.
lives to be saved on a session. If we all go out together, there'll be lives to be saved. So maybe Kevin can return the favour then. But
You never know.
listen, Kevin and Christy, fair play to you both for joining. I know you've got an operation to run behind you, and you're trying to make the most of a not optimum situation in California at the moment. But I'm very honoured that you took time to join us tonight, and we'd love to come up to you once the world opens up a bit again and do a session with you, either on air or off air, or maybe both. But hopefully we can have a few drinks together when the world is a bit better.
We're going to join you with a little bit of this that I procured.
Oh,
What is a black pig?
I love it.
Black Pits. That's
Saw
what
that
like
on-
this right
I
now.
saw that on your list today. So
Anna's getting it right now.
So we can't let you go till
I
we
was
talk
going to
about
join
that.
you. I want to hear about it because I was going to join you with it too. There was a sample left here for me by Teeling, but one of my bartenders decided to drink it, and I didn't know until
Wow.
today.
So here's what it is. It's a peated single malt, triple distilled, matured in ex-bourbon and ex-Sauternes casks, 46% ABV. Not in America yet, but making its way over here. I'm just recently to the maybe to the other side of the whiskey world, the peated whiskey world. But this is a very interesting one altogether. It seems almost like it's more meaty than smoky. It's not the peatiest I've ever tried. Christy, what do you think of this one?
no, it's got that medicinal peat flavor on there. Definitely. I haven't. This is the first time I'm opening it. I just thought I'd wait to this. Strange, any Sean whiskey where we're from was probably the only other peated Irish whiskey that I'd ever tasted. And that was William McCarter had this lightly. Have you ever tried I have a half bottle in the house, and that's about it. And it was the only one that tasted with a bit of smoke on it. But it smells nice. It's not unlike what an Islay smoke would or like Ardbeg. It smells like an Ardbeg a little bit.
Very light in colour. Look at that, how clear it is.
Very
Same kind
clear.
of
Very clear. That's amazing.
medicinal.
I have a small sample bottle from the distillery there. See that?
Oh,
Teeling Black Pits. Very small sample bottle there.
Yeah.
There's another peated distillery in Donegal now, up in Ordinarie, Slieve League Distillery. Have you heard of
Slieve League, but between the lockdown and everything, I've been looking forward to going to it, and I haven't, it was on the list for this year, but by the time everything's locked down, it's going to be a welcome stop whenever we can go and do things again.
Absolutely.
It's a beautiful. Have you ever been to Sleep?
I'm interested in going. I'm going to Donegal. I'm going home next week, and I'm going to go to Donegal after Christmas. And I would love to go to Slieve League and check it out.
Go
Yeah.
see the place anyway, even if you can't get to the distillery.
Yeah.
Kevin, we can hear all the dishes being done in there, boy.
I know they can hear everything. By the way,
For a lockdown, that's some busy pub.
Oh yeah, I can
Keep it down.
yeah, whatever. Jane, shut up. Donna says
It's the busiest pub in California.
you got flipped off, Donna, by the way.
I understand the sleeve league stuff is lovely stuff. I haven't been able to get a hold of it yet.
Yeah,
Have you had
the
quad
dark
man from
silky,
Derry, by the way?
the dark silky's from Sleeve League, and it's available in California. So you should get hold of that if you can. It's very affordable. It's about $40 a bottle for the dark silky. I have some here somewhere.
I love the name. The name's great. The dark silk.
Yeah, it's a good name.
Yeah, it's a good name.
Yeah, I
Nice.
need
That looks
I
lovely.
need to try these.
Yeah.
I haven't tried these.
Do you know who distributes it, Barry?
Price Imports in San Diego. Price.
Okay.
It's something I've always found, and I don't know if anybody that's in the whiskey world, of course, I mean, obviously Donna is, but when it comes to Irish whiskey as bar owners, and is that you're always out searching, you're always out looking, you see something and you look. It's never, it's always something that's kind of hard to come by. You'd be out and somebody would be telling you before you realize it's out in California. With the way that all the distributorship works, it's always definitely something you have to go and find and look for it. So it's great to hear it's out, and it would be added to the collection here.
You need your Donegal whiskies on your shelves. I found this in a tequila store of all places, and I didn't even know it was available in California until I was browsing tequilas, and there it was staring at me.
I recently tried Conor McGregor's whiskey, actually, for the first time. Does anyone have an opinion on that, or are we getting into
dangerous territory now?
No comment.
I don't want to say anything bad about Conor McGregor.
It might be time for me.
It's okay.
This is what?
No, it's nice. Grand.
Hannah, you told me you liked whiskey at the start of this, and now you've introduced this liquid.
Why did you not?
I'm sorry.
We all saw the video of the last boy that didn't like the whiskey.
It wouldn't be, to be honest, Barry, it wouldn't be a lock-in without someone stirring the pot.
Well, look, it can be a lockout too. We can push people outside the door without putting people in.
Sorry.
Well said.
No, sure, she was a big fan. I will say that.
No,
I wasn't the biggest fan. Proper 12, that's what it's called. Oh, wow. Let's steer away from Proper 12 unless we are cleaning toilets.
Jesus, don't say it out loud.
Hey,
Okay.
Yeah.
probably behind what you were saying.
Okay, cool. Got it.
And I'm only relaying information here.
Yes, of course.
He's not.
I'm not a fan.
No.
Barry, how old is this whiskey?
I'm going to be too.
Any idea?
It's young. You'd be looking at
It's young.
4 to 6 years old. I'd imagine it is from the distillery, which is only new. So I think maybe 5-6 years old. But peated whiskey is nicer at a younger age. You don't want that. The age kind of kills the smokiness. So a younger whiskey tends to work better for peated.
And do you know how they're getting the peat into the whiskey? Are they doing it, Scott? Are they putting it in grain? Are they going the whole hog and like they're using turf? And
No, I don't believe that they're using malted, smoked, peated barley or peated barley from Ireland. My understanding is that it's coming from either Scotland or England. So there's very few places in Ireland, maltsters, that are smoking their barley at any scale that a big distillery could sell at. So my understanding is that it's peated overseas, as the likes of Connemara. Connemara uses peated.
I forgot all about Connemara earlier. I'm sorry.
Connemara, yeah, that's Scottish barley. Yeah, Scottish malt. Yeah. There we go. Scottish
Nice whiskey too, actually. What about the Quiet Man, by the way? Have you seen this fella? Derry whiskey.
Yeah. So
That's the worst
Quiet
name
Man.
ever. That's the worst name ever for a dairy whiskey. I worked in dairy for many years, and there's never a quiet dairy man.
Never heard of a quiet dairy man.
Yeah, no.
No such thing. I thought it was an homage to himself, to John Wayne, but it's not.
No.
It was an homage to the distiller's father.
Yeah.
But it's actually good. The blend's not very good, but it's very hard.
There was plans to build a distillery in Derry that kept falling through, and there was supposed to be a Quiet Man distillery. It never happened. It's been on, off, and fingers crossed something will happen in Derry with the Quiet Man. But it has a bit of an audience in America, and I can't imagine the film hurts it. There's people buying it because of John Wayne. Maureen O'Hara.
Exactly. I don't know, does it hurt it or does it help it? But if I can take you over the border about 6 miles, the Muff Liquor Company. Have you had their whiskey?
Oh, yes. I've not.
What do you think?
Where's this going?
You haven't
I
had it?
fucking love the name.
No.
Like, absolutely love it.
It's fact.
No,
this
yeah,
is
I
my
drive.
biggest-
No, so Kev, I drive through Muff every time I'm going to Clonmany, and Muff Liquor had a pop-up at the Clonmany Festival 2 years ago, and I was very excited to see it. So I'm obsessed with Muff Liquor. I think it's the best name that exists.
Big time. We have their gin here. I got a case of it. My sister knows the girl that runs it, so they don't have distributorship in the States yet, but they will have. But the name itself, of course, you talk about names and branding, but
people for years
couldn't
used to go to
resist.
Muff, and they'd go, and there actually is. I'll just have to bring it up. The Muff Diving Club. There actually is a diving club in Muff, and the man gets tortured. This is not a lie. This is not made up. The man gets tortured by like people coming up trying to buy the T-shirts.
Whoa.
You should just sell it.
Huh?
Yeah, he should.
He does tell him you have to go to his house. Apparently, he finally was like,
You have to go to his house and you have to actually dive in the River Falls.
it's on the water.
buy
Muff,
the t-shirt.
Muff's a beautiful place, but
That's
there's
the
no photographs.
obstreperous.
Listen, this
My
is a
sister
family
lives-
show.
my
Like,
sister lives in Muff.
You told us we could curse.
Oh,
Barry.
yeah.
I did. But how about them Yankees, though?
This is just the name of a town. Whatever inference you have from the name, we're talking about the name of the town of
Yeah.
Muff in County Donegal.
Yeah.
I love your joke.
Look, we're flying the flag for Donegal
Trent
tonight,
changes
clearly.
subject.
From Inajoan to Ardara, we're flying the Donegal flag. Jason says he's been to Muff, but they've taken the signs down, so no obligatory pictures. There you
Oh,
go.
Jesus.
Oh my god.
They have not. The signs are up.
Muff liquor must be an acquired taste.
Look what you're
We're in
starting.
Donegal. Well, sure. Somebody has to.
What would be the most famous? What would be the most famous thing to come out of Donegal?
Poaching.
Jesus, don't. No, that's any show.
No.
For poaching, you look at any of the books.
Daniel O'Donnell.
Oh, Daniel O'Donnell, that's
Enya, I
it.
think.
That's the one. That's
You
the
know, I
one.
love me Daniel O'Donnell.
No,
Oh,
We had
we
this
all do.
conversation.
He knows.
we
Nailed it.
Daniel. Sure.
Every time me and
Margaret.
Christy are together, for some reason, we always sing "Our House is a Home."
Hmm.
Gorgeous song.
But
We'll
why
bring
don't
him
you
on
sing it
next
down
week.
for us?
Yeah,
We have
would you
another
sing us
musical
a
guest,
bar?
Barry.
Give us a tune.
Two of you, squad.
Wonder
Give us
who's
a
in.
Barry probably has an idea how this show's supposed to be going tonight.
I've abandoned all hope of an agenda or a structure tonight.
Barry gave up. Barry gave up.
He's like, no, just let it run.
I
gave
told
up-
him it was going to be
I gave
intense.
up 10 minutes in. 10 minutes in, Hannah started clapping in the middle of her own song. I thought, we're in session tonight.
That's what you have to do now. There's no
You're
audience. You have
I'm
to
not
clap your
even
own song.
trying.
Listen, why don't we give Hannah the
I will.
floor? Let's
Yes.
give Hannah the floor. She's far more interesting than any of the rest of us, let's be honest.
Agreed.
Do you know any Daniel O'Donnell songs, Hannah?
Not to sing, unfortunately, unless he did a cover of the Rattling Bog. I hope he did a cover of the Rattling Bog at some stage of his career.
I hope he did.
Have you ever been to the bar?
I hope he did. That's gas. No, I love Daniel O'Donnell, and my mum is kind of low-key like obsessed with him, so he's always in the house. And my granny had calendars. I mean, if he sold bed sheets on, like, she had them. She was obsessed with him. So yeah, Daniel O'Donnell is definitely part of our lives. But yeah,
What's got 20 legs? What's got 20 legs and 3 teeth?
I have no idea.
The front row of a Daniel O'Donnell concert.
Oh my god.
And a similar experience.
Sorry, everybody out there. Sorry.
That's so gas. That's so gas. Will we do, Barry? Will we do another tune?
Yeah, would you, I mean, if you have it in you and the interest and the
We've got
these fine gentlemen haven't put you off in any way.
No.
All right. Then you tell us what you'd like to sing, and we'd love you to stick around for as long as you're willing.
Oh my God, absolutely. So for a classic drinking song, a classic Irish drinking song, we always do either the Rattling Bog or the Wild Rover. And I love the Rattling Bog because it's a bit of a mad one. It gets a bit fast.
It's really fast.
It gets very fast gradually, and it's good crack. So we'll start off with that one anyway. So I'd love you guys to join in, clap, do whatever you want, but let's just have the crack. So this is the Rattling Bog.
We put these fellas on mute, don't you worry. They won't interrupt you.
Yeah,
That's a great idea, Barry.
I'm surprised Christy didn't drag out a set of drumsticks.
All right. What speed do you want to start this at?
So we'll start it kind of
We'll ramp it
slow, and we'll ramp it up. Okay. Oh, the Rattling Bog and a bog down in the valley, oh, the Rattling Bog and a bog down in the valley, oh, and in that bog there was a hole, a rare hole, a rattling hole in the bog and a bog down in the valley, oh, the Rattling Bog and a bog down in the valley, oh, the Rattling Bog and a bog down in the valley, oh, and in that hole there was a tree. A rare tree, a rattling tree in a hole and a bog and a bog down in the valley. Oh, come on. Oh, the Rattling Bog and a bog down in the valley. Oh, the Rattling Bog and a bog down in the valley. Oh, and on that tree there was a limb. A rare limb, a rattling limb in a tree in a hole and a bog and a bog down in the valley. Oh, the Rattling Bog and a bog down in the valley. Oh, the Rattling Bog and a bog down in the valley. And on that limb there was a branch, a rare branch, a rattling branch in a limb and a tree in a hole and a bog and a bog down in the valley. Oh, the Rattling Bog and a bog down in the valley. Oh, the Rattling Bog and a bog down in the valley. Oh, and on that branch there was a twig, a rare twig, a rattling twig and a branch and a limb and a tree in a hole and a bog and a bog down in the valley. Oh, the Rattling Bog and a bog down in the valley. Oh, the Rattling Bog and a bog down in the valley. Oh, and on that twig there was a nest, a rare nest, a rattling nest in a twig and a branch and a limb and a tree in a hole and a bog down in the valley. Oh, the Rattling Bog and a bog down in the valley. Oh, the Rattling Bog and a bog down in the valley. Oh, and in that nest there was an egg, a rare egg, a rattling egg in a nest and a twig and a branch and a limb and a tree in a hole and a bog down in the valley. Oh, the Rattling Bog and a bog down in the valley. Oh, the Rattling Bog and a bog down in the valley. Oh, and on that egg there was a bird, rare bird, a rattling bird and an egg in a nest and a twig and a branch and a limb and a tree in a hole and a bog down in the valley. Oh, the Rattling Bog and a bog down in the valley. Oh, the Rattling Bog and a bog down in the valley. Oh, and on that bird there was a feather, a rare feather, a rattling feather and a bird and a nest and a egg and a twig and a branch and a limb and a tree in a hole and a bog down in the valley. Oh, the Rattling Bog and a bog down in the valley. Oh, the Rattling Bog and a bog down in the valley. Oh, and on that feather was a flea, a rare flea, a rattling flea and a feather and a bird and an egg and a nest and a twig and a branch and a limb and a tree in a hole and a bog down in the valley. Oh, the Rattling Bog and a bog down in the valley. Oh, the Rattling Bog and a bog down in the valley. And on that flea there was a worm, a rare worm, a rattling worm and a flea and a feather and a bird and an egg and a nest and a twig and a branch and a limb and a tree in a hole and a bog down in the valley. Oh, the Rattling Bog and a bog down in the valley. Oh, the Rattling Bog and a bog down in the valley. Oh, the Rattling Bog and a bog down in the valley. Oh, the Rattling Bog and a bog down in the
valley. No. Everybody's singing that song. I don't know how to remember it.
The passion, the gusto, the vim, the throat clearing singing of that was unbelievable.
Best review ever.
That was the best review of my life. Thank you, Barry. Honestly, what is better than an Irish drinking song? Honestly, so
Hannah, there's a rage inside of you that was coming out partially in that song. There was a roar like coming out of you.
so that kept anger. I'm joking. No,
Or is that I said, honestly? I'm not sure.
Abs, can you imagine how
was
chaotic
great.
this night would get if we were all actually together in the same room? Like, I would
want to do
fear
it?
for all of us.
we wouldn't go home for 2 or 3 days.
Kevin
honestly.
would save us. Nothing went wrong.
He wouldn't his arse.
He'd be throwing petrol on the fire.
That was unreal. The audience absolutely loving it. I've not heard it sung with such vigor and kind of an element of attack about you, like you were about to kill someone in the best way.
That's down to 2020, but more than anything.
Yeah, I'm just very, 2020 has been a hard year.
We've been inside a lot.
Just have to let it out some way. No, that song to me is just so much fun, especially the audience. Like when I was performing this live, the audience would be just like coming up and just like, yeah, just like going absolutely mad. And it's just such a great feeling. It's just one of those Irish songs that just gets everyone involved, which is brilliant. So yeah, I love doing that one. That and The Wild Rover are my like absolute favorites.
Legend.
Absolute legend. Amazing. The audience is still. I'm trying to keep up with all the comments. It's incredible how many comments are coming in. Andrew says, "Did you notice that at no time did Elliot's fingers ever leave his hands?" Johnny says we need a live lock-in. Well, Kevin and Christy have both volunteered their locations for a live lock-in. That's going to happen, whether they like it or not. We'll storm the Bastille at some point.
Have a great weekend. Thank you.
Janique says, "I'd like to hear her do 7 drunken nights."
On another night, that's a long one. That's a good one. Don't get me
It's a
wrong.
good one. It's a long one. It's a long one.
Nice. It's a long one. Yeah.
Well,
No, that's a good one. Yeah.
All
We
right.
can,
So listen.
yeah.
Kevin and Christy, I'm going to let you both go. You've been legends. Thanks a million for joining us. For those of you who want to check out what Kevin and Christy are up to, you can visit Christy's website, The Ordinary in Long Beach, California, theordinary.com. Check the spelling. And Kevin at the Owlfella in Culver City in California, and his website is theowlfella.com. And he's up there taking money from the HBO and Amazon people and Apple people. Long may he continue to do so.
There's none of them here at the minute, but soon again, I hope.
Well, listen, we'll come up and see you soon. You're only 2 hours away from me, so
Please do.
it won't be long till you see me darkening your doorstep. But
All right.
thank you.
It'll be
Cheers,
great.
Barry.
Great to meet you guys.
Love you to meet you.
Donna, see you
Very
later.
much enjoyed it. Thank you very much.
Love you to meet you.
Cheers, guys.
2 legends there, Donna, that you've introduced us to in the bar scene of LA.
Yeah, 2 of my favorites, and I'm not joking, the nights I've had with these fuckers is indescribable. And both their bars are unbelievable. They're both doing an exceptional job. I'm so impressed by them, and like, as down to earth as they are, they really are killing it at business. And it's been a really difficult time lately, especially in LA. Like, you can, everywhere in the world, let's be honest, but in LA, these guys have put everything together to build these bars and make them what they are, and it's so expensive just to run them. So I'm really proud of the 2 of them, but fair fucks to them, because it's been a really difficult year, and the 2 of them, as you can see, are still laughing. So yeah, support them and drop by when you're in Long Beach and when you're in Culver City, and you'll probably see me at one of the bars, because I will permanently be fixated there if I can be.
I'm just reminded now that I've brought the first time ever 5 different cameras going on the lock-in to 5 different locations. It's both sad and happy at the same time. It's sad that we're not all in the same room. It's sad that we don't have groups of 5 or 10 or 50 clinking glasses, bumping elbows and shoulders and falling over the floor, the tables and chairs, and just a good old session is what's needed. But I'm thrilled that that there is this Irish community that kind of coalesces around crack, whiskey, story, and then you meet one person, they'll introduce you to somebody else. So the future is bright, but right now it just feels a little bit sad, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I relate to that a lot.
Yeah, I feel like it's been quite nice to be. I got to meet some people before tonight anyway. So it's like a
Right.
thing because I got to meet some nice new people along the way. And look forward
There
to
you
meeting
go.
them afterwards. So,
Yeah, definitely. I can't wait for that live Lockin.
yeah, that'd be cool.
Do you know what the
Live
thing is?
lock-
Like, I have to say, like, about quarantine and about everything that, like, all these virtual things and everything. Okay, we're not seeing each other face to face. But let me tell you something. We couldn't have got Christy and Kevin on the live lock-in on a Friday night if it was normal hours, because these two, I can't. Sure, there'd be months that go by and I can't catch either of them. You know what I mean? Like, they're working so hard, they're so busy. And the one thing I have to say about quarantine is, like, quality time has kind of you've been able to access it and have it with people, and even if it isn't face to face, it is kind of a little bit special because they've been able to give us that time. Let me tell you something, if this was last week, 2 weeks ago, Kevin and Christy wouldn't have been able to come on this. You know, they both would have been working behind the bar. So it's really nice, and you got to kind of look at the bright side sometimes. And I know that both their bars are going to continue to do really well because the two of them are pure legends and the bars are unbelievable. So and even just to have you on here, Hannah, like you're so busy like all the time, and she works and she sings, and on a Friday night she'd be performing, and here she is performing for us. So yeah, I think we got to look at the silver lining of it all if we can.
Absolutely, we do.
Definitely. Yeah, no, it's such a pleasure to be here right now.
The humanity kind of shines through, I think, more than anything.
Yeah.
It's been the nicest part.
Yeah. That's the missing piece. That just the connection with other humans. That kind of, I don't know, just seeing the successes and challenges and the humanity, as you mentioned, of just standing in the presence of people is kind of lost at the moment. But like you say, we're making even more friends now during the lockdown, so that when it all opens up, we'll have more people to visit. And I'll have a road burned up to LA to hang out with you all. Like,
I
so
on Fridays. I'll see you up here.
That's it. Donna, you're going back to Ireland, are you, next week?
Yeah, so I have my ticket booked for Thursday to go home. So I've actually been kind of quarantining now here in LA for the past 7 days. So I'm pretty much staying at home and just getting myself organized to get home for Christmas. So very excited about it. Yeah, I know I'm really lucky that I can. I'm an American citizen and I'm an Irish citizen. So I don't have the challenge that a lot of people have when they're on visas, where they have to like go to Turkey or go to Mexico or something, you know, to quarantine. So I know I'm really lucky, but yeah, I'm excited. I'm going to go home next week. I'm going to be in Dublin for Christmas, and then we're going to go up to Donegal. My mom and dad own a house up in Clonmany, so we're going to go up there and have a few days before I come back on January 5th. So I'm very excited.
That's going to be amazing. Yeah, I always think Irish Christmas is just always so much craic. Just to get home for a few weeks, be lovely. Be really, really nice.
There's nothing like it. Like, I don't know what it is about going, because I've been here in LA for 2 Christmases of my 9 that I've been here, and it's fine. Like, we've had great times and stuff, but there's nothing like Christmas in Ireland, because Christmas in Ireland is 3 weeks.
It's insane, and also for like Christmas in Ireland is the best thing to come home to. Usually we go to this bar called Neary's on, it's just off Grafton Street. And me and my friends always go in there, and all the time, every single Christmas Eve for the last 3 Christmas Eves, Glenn Hansard rocks on in and he takes his guitar out. And I'm like, Glenn, can we sing a song together, please? And he's like, yeah, go on. And the whole bar is just heaving.
Stop.
We're singing The Wild Rover, we're singing Rotten and Bog, we're singing everything, and it's the best craic ever. It's just incredible.
I'm coming next year.
But not this
serious name dropping there, like serious quality name dropping in the best way there, like.
These
are these are exceptions that Donna was saying, so we'll be here this year.
Yeah, we'll be here this year. But
American Christmas for me.
It's this is my second Christmas in LA, but I actually don't mind Christmas in LA. There's going to be a few of us here, and it'll be really nice. Yeah. So.
When was the last time you were home, Hannah and Elliot? When was the last time you were back in Ireland or England?
Hannah came to we were in England. Well,
Christmas.
We were back last Christmas, and Hannah came over for my 30th birthday last New Year's.
Yeah.
well, this New Year's. I don't know how you say it. 31st last year.
Yeah.
So going.
That's New Year's Eve.
It's been the year.
It's been a year.
We're hoping maybe. My parents are convinced that I'm going back for Easter. I'm going to this big Easter dinner. I was like, that's completely fabricated, but that would be lovely. But I'm not really sure if that's realistic. My mum's like, I'm going to make a lovely Easter simnel cake. And I was like, okay, that's fine. I was like, I just want to book a lovely Easter flight, if I'm being honest. Like, the cake can come later. That's not important.
Yeah, honestly, I just don't want it to be like 2 years until I get home again,
Yeah.
So I'm really hoping sometime next year with the vaccine that we can like get back at some stage, because Ireland is just the best. I do miss it a lot, and I just think it's always just amazing to just go back and visit every week. So.
Well, we're at least gonna be stuck in the same situation, which makes it a bit easier. At the very least.
Exactly.
So.
Yeah. What about yourself, Barry?
I just came back actually from Ireland. I was there. We went for 6 weeks, and we quarantined for 2 weeks in West Cork before we saw the family, and then went up to Cove and Youghal to see the family, and so we had 4 weeks with them. I just got back Wednesday before Thanksgiving, and we booked it because we didn't know what's going to happen in the world in January or February, and I was just afraid, like, my parents are getting older. Both my parents live alone. I thought they need help, so it was kind of a case of let's go there and just do nothing but how do we make my parents' life a bit better for the time that we could be there. And so that's all we did for a few weeks, and it was lovely. It was just really nice, and it just shortened their lockdown a little bit. And we came back on Wednesday, and sure, who knows when we'll get back there again. But we just rolled the dice and made a play for it, and luckily it all worked out.
Sounds beautiful.
That sounds so nice.
They must have loved that. That's great.
That's great.
The Glenn Hansard connection is interesting. So I'm a huge Glenn Hansard fan. I've seen Glenn Hansard all over the world. I sang the Old Triangle with him on the stage in Cincinnati one time.
Well, I'm nearly sang that as well. Yeah, that's great.
Which leads me on to. Well, look, listen. We typically end our lock-ins with a rendition of the Owl Triangle, right?
Woo!
And that's normally warbled by my very inadequate and woefully unprofessional pipes. But we have professional musicians here tonight. Would it be at all too much of us to ask for ye to sing the Owl Triangle for us?
Let me just get on Google, because I've heard it.
We can sort this out. We can
do this. We can do this.
Got those smartphones that are all the rage.
Yeah. So the Owl Triangle is one of my
ULD, I believe.
It's owl to me. It's like, I don't know why.
Like
I'm a British person. I lived in Dublin for 2 years. Okay,
like the owl fella.
There's the owls. Look.
Yeah.
Owls.
Barry, on that note, when Kevin called it the owl fella, it seemed logical to me, and we were talking about it, and I thought it was a great name, but every American calls it the old fella. Yeah. So he has to he's like, I work at this place called the Old Fella or the Old Fella, and he has to, and I try to teach my American friends to say the Old Fella, and it's very difficult for them, like incredibly difficult. Like, they can't. For some reason, it's very hard for them to just naturally say it. Eld. Yeah. And I go, the owl fella, and they go, what does that mean? And I was like, like a fucking owl fella, like Kevin. Kevin hates it.
You have to be Irish to truly get the owl bit, like. It's John was wondering, he says, so we're not ending the night though, right? Because typically we end with the Owl Triangle, but no, I'm just being conscious of our very nice musicians' time, and if they want to slip away but sing now, then I'm going to let them do that. But I'm not going away, and maybe Donna's not going away. I don't know, but I'm not going away anyway.
I don't remember.
We have no plans for the evening, so we are so delighted to be here and be in this wonderful lockdown.
Everything off.
Because I was hoping that they would sing the Wild Rover as well.
We can do that. Okay.
All right, we're not going anywhere, folks. We're not going home. We are home. We're not leaving.
No.
We're staying here. It's grand. Don't worry. So many people are worried, afraid of their lives that we might end so quickly.
Honestly,
well, sure, Barry, we're all home.
Really.
It's honestly.
It's Friday night.
I've moved on to my fourth whiskey of the night. I don't know what you're sipping on, but I promised this earlier in the week. It's a very special bottle that I have. It's a Christmas and six Christmases and 7 birthdays all rolled into one to bring this over to America. It's a bottle of redbreast.
Oh wow!
30-year-old, and it's spent 6 years in bourbon casks and then 24 years in port cask, a single port cask, and it is in my glass here. I poured into a special redbreast Galway crystal glass. Look at the color on that. It's like you could tar the road with it.
Wow,
My God.
that's incredible.
It was so kind of you to send a bottle to us all next week. You should.
Right? Yeah.
No one's asking.
No problem.
It's completely unnecessary, but we can't wait. Christmas is going to be even better this year.
It comes in a lovely box like this.
Wow, it's a beautiful box.
It's the redbreast Old Port, and it's exclusively for the Whiskey Exchange, a retailer in London. And there was only ever 444 bottles ever produced. I'm going to put up on the screen here for our audience a little bit about it. So it's an all port single cask, one single cask of whiskey, triple distilled, single pot still. It's aged for 30 years and it's at a cask strength of 57.2%. That will put hair on your fingernails or take wallpaper off the walls for you. And it's an absolutely stunning drop of whiskey altogether. It may be my top 1 or 2 whiskies of all time, and I'm not afraid to state that. An incredible drop altogether. So if anyone has it
with jealousy, Barry.
When we're all together, this set of shelves behind me is free game for anyone who wants to come in, and there's some amazing whiskies in there. Anyone who comes to visit me in San Diego has access to this.
Wow.
I've never been to San Diego yet.
San Diego is
I've
amazing.
been in California for, I think, 3 years?
Yeah.
Not been to San Diego yet, so that'd be a great first trip, to be honest.
It's a good reason to go down.
Yeah.
San Diego
Probably
is
the best reason.
Yeah. But we can do
we can do Old Triangle.
Yeah, we can do the Wild Rover, and we can do a bit of the Old Triangle. Do you want to do the Wild Rover first?
If you traditionally end with the Old Triangle, we do the Old Triangle at the end.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Yeah, we'll do the Wild Rover first, and then we'll definitely do a bit of the Old Triangle because it's a whopper tune.
6-string here.
Yeah.
Here we go.
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
There's me much here, but.
This whiskey is great. It's Tullamore D.E.W. The cider cask, amazing.
There's nothing in that glass. You're put some more in.
It's fantastic. Okay.
Is there any chorus thing?
Let's do an intro.
You got it. Just do an intro.
I've been a Wild Rover for many's a year, and I spent all me money on whiskey and beer. And now I've returned with gold in great store, and I never will play the Wild Rover no more. And it's no, nay, never. No, nay, never, no more will I play the Wild Rover. No, never, no more. I went to an alehouse I used to frequent, and I told the landlady my money was spent. I asked her for credit, and she answered me nay. Such a custom of yours I could have any day, and it's no, nay, never. No, nay, never, no more when I play the Wild Rover. No, never, no more. I took from my pocket 10 sovereigns bright, and the landlady's eyes opened wide with delight. She said I got whiskies and wines of the best, and the words that I told you were only in jest. And it's no, nay, never. No, nay, never, no more when I play the Wild Rover. No, never, no more. So lads, it's a very sad verse now. Not that sad. Yeah, you're right.
Okay.
So in Irish music, we have a lot of sad verses at the end, and it's very sad. I came home to my parents. and confessed what I'd done. And I asked them to pardon their prodigal son. And when they caressed me, as of times before, and I never will play the wire over no more, and it's no, nay, never. No, nay, never, no more will I play the wire over. No, never, no more. One more time, and it's no, nay, never. No, nay, never, no more will I play the wire over. No, never. No, never. No, never. No more.
Yes.
What a legend.
So that's not proper. A lot about fighting, drinking, gambling, getting into loads of trouble, and basically, honestly, just having a good time. If you ask
I
me.
tell you, that
Just a
aggression
Tuesday.
she brings out on, what's the one? Rattling Bog?
Rattling Bog,
It's
yeah.
Rattling Bog and Wild River. She gets this aggression every time she sings it.
It's amazing.
I'm always in like a feat of her. I was like, oh God. Like,
Yes, you should be scared. That's a Dublin girl coming out. That's her on a
That was
Saturday
both-
night.
Yeah.
I met her
Don't
for
fuck
the
with Hannah.
first time. I'm fully aware of how terrifying she can be.
Absolutely.
It was equal parts entertaining and terrifying at the same time. And that's what,
I had no idea I was that terrifying. I'm like, oh my God.
in the best way. Like you've let yourself just go for it. In just that just wonderful music rage. How is there a word for music rage? Because that's it. You have it like in the best way.
It is. I like that. I love the term music rage. I've never heard that
It is
term
different
before.
than rage. It's
Yeah.
a specific.
Yeah.
Because you kind of
Hashtag.
got a smile on your face, but it's also
Yeah.
unclear.
And rage has kind of a double meaning in Ireland, right? Because we
Yeah,
have a
right.
rager,
Mhm.
Yeah.
right?
Absolutely.
So, and I know I can personally attest to the fact that Hannah's a bit of a rager. You know what I mean? So, yeah, she's.
I'm not apologetic about it. I am. That's who I am. Rager.
I would say our first 4 months of lockdown
Rager
probably
till I
saw us
die.
turn to like cheese and whiskey more than most of them.
Yeah. Honestly, the amount of I've gone so into bitters, it's insane.
And as
I
a
mean-
result, we have to spend our next few months turning to daily exercise to try
Yeah,
and
to try and
work it off.
a lot of whiskey.
I
But it's
mean-
great. I've
My
enjoyed
God.
every moment of it. In my
We'd
opinion.
do it again.
Yeah,
honestly.
absolutely.
I'm curious where. So, how did the two of you meet from a music standpoint? How did you find each other to collaborate? You said a jazz. Was it a jazz school? Was that what you mentioned, Hannah?
Yeah, so I was studying sociology in UCD, an old college in Dublin, and I was basically my entire life up until the age of maybe 21, I had studied classical music. So I finished my degree in UCD and I was dying to do music, like actual contemporary music. And I had no idea how to go about it. But I found this course in New Park, and it was basically a 2-year jazz course that basically gave me the opportunity to then finish it off in Berklee College of Music for the other 2 years. So I then get a Bachelor of Music. And I actually met this yoke over here, I think my second day. And he was just absolutely gassed because he was a year ahead of me. And I don't think there was any girls in your year. There was like one girl or something.
Of a year of 14 people. Okay, let's put this in context. It was a tiny school that shared grounds with a primary school. So I walked past 6-year-olds just doing hopscotch or whatever they do. And I was just like, hi, I'm just here doing my upper education. Very strange.
It was very
strange scenario. But yeah, we met Hannah's second day.
Yeah, so, and we were just like good mates for a while. We were then in Boston and then moved out to LA. And we had been, we had been playing a little bit, but not a huge amount. And now we play a little bit more. And now he's me fella.
Hey.
Now he's your old fella.
Now he's my old fella. He's a whole year older than me, you know.
Oh my God.
When Donna told me that, you know, we'd have the lads from Donegal in, and we'd have yourself from Dublin and myself from Cork, and then she said, and there's an English fella as well. I said, should we be like the Derry girls with the wee English fella, bringing them in tonight, like for the Lockin?
Yes, absolutely. Actually, Elliot still hasn't watched Derry Girls, and I'm like, it's such a good show. Yeah. I keep telling you, have to watch the show. It's so brilliant.
You know, I mean, to be fair, we've had all year.
I know.
You haven't really pushed it.
Brilliant show.
You have to watch it. You got to know Ireland, like.
So Elliot, what do you think of the Irish music? Was that something that you were exposed to before you met Hannah, or?
Yeah, because I lived in Dublin for 2 years, so I had a great time living there for 2 years, and then before that I was just in England for years. I was in this indie band. We were touring for years, so I was very, very English centric for years, and then I wanted to go to college in the US because I just wanted a clean break. A bunch of things didn't work out in a band. I wanted to do something new, and I just thought that'd be really cool. And then couldn't get a scholarship, so I did this audition. I went to Dublin because it's a very expensive college in the US. So I ended up getting a scholarship through going to Ireland first, which was great because I'd never been to Ireland before that point. So it was really cool to just have that experience, and met loads of good friends that I'm still close with now. And also, it was my first experience of like really going to like an old Irish pub.
Yeah.
And like seeing a few old men hear my accent and being like, that was so
your man, like.
And I was like, no, fair play. Like that seemed completely fair. Like I didn't even question it. I was like, yeah, I guess I'm some prick. Like, but like it was a great experience. I wouldn't have changed it. So I was open. I'd heard music from then, and then also a good friend of ours was out here for a while. He used to play with Hannah all the time, and he's now back in Ireland. But I used to regularly watch Hannah play Irish music before we were going out.
It's the best kind of music.
Because I've been friends with her for years, so I would just go and support her all the time. I'd go and see her play shows, and I used to see the aggression from the audience, which I can tell being on the other side of it firsthand. But it was great. So it's been a real pleasure to kind of dip into that kind of music with her, because.
Well, you're very welcome to the Lockin.
It's just a bit better, isn't it? Really, it's kind of like British pop, really.
Yeah.
But there's something very special about Irish music, and it's a unifier, and it's great to see when people who aren't born in Ireland find their way to Irish music, and whether it's emotionally or just their soul connects with Irish music, and then to see people from all walks of life, from all parts of the world, falling in love with Ireland, falling in love with Irish music, it's a joy to watch, and it's nice to share it.
I think it's amazing. I think it's a thing that I've appreciated, especially being a person that is living away from home. I think that Irish people are so much better at connecting with that aspect of their culture than any British people I've met have. Like, there's nothing like this that I've experienced from a British standpoint, nor really a desire to do it. I think it's just a thing that separates Irish people from other people, and I think it's really nice that you guys are fully aware of where you came from, but also wherever you live doesn't make a difference. So it's nice.
One word defines all of that, Elliot. Craic. There's no English translation. There's no English translation.
No, I've lived it.
There is
I
no
know
translation.
I've lived it. I've known it, and I'm a terrible import to it. But I'm happy to be enjoying the spoils, so to speak.
Well, you're a lucky man. You're a lucky man to find her. But fair play to you for putting up with her, because we're hard ones to handle. And yeah. And it's very impressive to see you join in with her for all the stuff. And you know what, Elliot, like, I'm excited for us to go have a sesh together as well, because
me too.
I can tell you're one of the good ones.
I appreciate
You're
it.
one of the good ones. Well,
only a few.
I'll take that.
Yeah.
I like that what's happened here tonight is basically 4 people just sitting around a bar table talking about shite, and we've no more talked about whiskey or anything throughout the night. But I think we've supped in enough whiskey to lubricate the senses to help us enjoy, and it makes the night even better that we're sipping on good whiskey. But Donna, you did a great job there of product placement with our guests, of ensuring that everybody had Tullamore D.E.W, surprisingly. And I know you were mad keen to make sure I got some Tullamore D.E.W, and I said, don't be sending any more down to me.
Barry actually asked me not to send him any more Tully because he cannot fit more whiskey in his house.
I'll take his.
Yeah.
I'll send it to you, girl.
Hannah and Elliot.
You know,
Good.
it's.
We have
I hate to see
empty,
that away.
We have empty cabinets.
Yeah, we're good. I want to.
Well,
honestly, my dream in life is to have a cabinet like Barry's. That's my dream. That's when I know I'm like, yeah.
My dream is to have a shelf like Donna's, if I'm being honest.
Yeah. Both of you guys, it's absolute goals. So.
And a
Can
cabinet.
I just say, these are very attainable dreams. These are not high goals. I feel like this is within all of our reach. This is not super aspirational.
That's very realistic.
That's so good.
Oh my God. People are loving the crack though. Jean says she grew up with Irish music. Her parents are from Kerry.
Yay.
Most of us mutts in the States, so we've the luxury of picking the heritage we celebrate most: German, Scots, Irish, and Welsh. It's more fun to be Irish than German.
Love German though.
Yeah, Germany is great. Great crack there now.
Yeah, but Oktoberfest is over now, isn't it? So.
And Ronan said, Elliot's one of our own now. He's been adopted. He's been adopted.
You made it.
Massive.
You made it.
Oh, that's huge, Elliot.
It's a big deal.
It's a big deal.
So is there a bit of an appetite for a hungry feeling, I wonder?
A hungry feeling. Yes, absolutely.
Hey, morning, Stephen.
Yeah. So we're gonna do this. It's Elliot's first time playing this.
I have the chords on my second screen.
He does have the chords.
If you find myself
two good chords.
That's
two chords is all you want.
No, so
it does look relatively.
It's gonna be a hungry feeling.
What? Do it again?
A hungry feeling.
Are you joining in on this, Barry?
No. We'll leave the professionals at it.
Oh, I'd love you to sing a chorus.
That's completely wrong.
I don't know that our software is capable of 2-track singing.
Yeah.
No, I can't.
We'll try that.
Okay.
We could.
You can't do.
You know what? I may actually do it without the guitar. What about that? And then
This is quite hurtful.
Warm it up.
I want to do a song actually Sean knows, and you know the chorus of it.
I know the chorus.
Yeah, okay.
I can do a little drone.
I'm gonna do it Sean knows, which Glenn Hansard actually did a few times in his concerts. Just saying. Yeah. Okay. So I'd love you all to join in at home. This is one of my favorite songs. It's actually about a female prison in Dublin and what goes on there. So yeah, I hope you enjoy. Yeah, put that up. Yes, here. Okay. Yeah, just look at it. Cool. A hungry feeling. Hey, more me stealing, and the mice were squealing in my prison cell, and the old triangle went jingle jangle all along the banks of the Royal Canal. To begin the morning, a screw was bawling, get up, ya bowsy, and clean up yourself. One, and the old triangle when jingle jangle all along the banks of the Royal Canal. On a fine spring evening, a lag lay dreaming, and the seagulls weaving high above the world, and the old triangle went jingle jangle all along the bank of the royal blood. The light lay asleep, and the light way creeping, and as I lay weeping for my girl, come on, and the old
Triangle.
when jingle
Jingle, jangle,
along the
along the banks
of the
of the Royal Canal.
Respect the female prisoner.
You.
Up in the female prison, there's 75 women, and it is among them that I did dwell. Come on. And the old triangle, when jingle jangle along the banks of the royal canal. One more time. And the old triangle, when jingle jangle all along the banks of the royal canal.
Nice.
Yes.
So
Give it
gorgeous.
up to Elliot, first time playing that. Absolute legend. Fair
Yeah,
play.
thanks to Google, really.
Amazing. Amazing.
Oh, that song gives me chills.
Oof.
I-
Beautiful.
Sing that great. You
What?
sing that very well.
Beautiful.
Nice.
Well done, Elliot, on your first rendition of what is really the Irish national anthem, let's be honest.
Honestly, let's be real.
Let's
be real.
I heard my Paul burning it coming.
Stop. Now that song, I think that song and the feels of that guy, and also Danny Boy, one of my they're some of my favorite songs. That if I hear like Danny Boy or Raglan Road just anywhere, I just burst out crying. It's like it's so emotional for me because I just honestly just think back to playing in Irish trad bars or anywhere, singing those songs or listening to those songs, and it's just such a beautiful memory. And yeah, I just think it's such beautiful music, really. It's so beautiful.
It's you did a beautiful rendition of it.
Thank you.
We talk about Glenn Hansard doing his version of Ronnie Drew's version, and now you've got your version of it, which is a beautiful. You put lovely extra trill and notes in there in the right places. That was beautiful. Yeah, stunning.
Thank you thank you very much. Thank you. That means a lot. Yeah, I love
John,
Irish music.
It is the Lockin anthem. Yeah, it is. So we end every night with the old triangle, and Andrew says, "Listen to Barry sing it; it'll give you the shake." So that probably some kind of medical condition it'll give you more than anything else. Me singing it. Jim Ono says, "Make Donna sing Grace."
Yes, please. Yes.
Aww.
Donna
You've had a few
is
drinks. Go on.
an absolutely incredible singer. Incredible
right?
singer.
Never heard her
Yes,
sing.
no, she is incredible. She is absolutely amazing.
Now's good.
And I've heard her sing Grace before. And she is just absolutely beautiful.
I'm absolutely not incredible at all.
You
I
are.
wish I was. But yeah, if you get enough drinks into me, I will always sing Grace at the end of the night. But I'm not going to do it on live. I'm not going to do this in a place where people can look it up. No, I can't. But it's,
Listen,
you know who should sing it? She should.
Could be a live Lockin thing.
Grace is one of my favorite songs. It's
Beautiful
so
song.
that's a song that makes me cry too. Like there's so many of them, isn't there? Like the Irish songs are just so touching, and like Grace is definitely one of my favorites. But lads, I'm not going to embarrass myself.
Donna, would you do us the honor of letting this moment linger?
Barry, you catch
So
me at the bar, and I will
great
bang
in
it
your
out.
arms and let this moment linger. Come on, 1916.
A few lines of it there now. A few lines.
Could you rap it?
You know I could rap it.
Oh, Grace, let me in your. I'm not even gonna. Sorry, I'm not. Even gonna, that's actually.
Please
no. I'm not gonna do that. That's
all right. If I sang the first verse, would Hannah sing the chorus?
She would, yeah. Yeah, she would.
Oh, okay. Let me get the old chorus up because I actually haven't sang this prop, but I'll give it a last shot.
Grace, just hold me in your arms and let this moment linger.
Barry will do the chorus for me.
Barry, you do it. I've said yeah. It's called Grace. Who's it by again? It's what Irish musician?
All of them.
Oh yes.
Dubliners.
Google Grace chords all. All of them.
All of them.
Should come up.
I think it's Jeff Buckley.
All of them Irish artists.
Yeah, maybe.
Should come up.
Here
all
we go.
of them.
Wait, the Jeff Buckley song?
It's listen, Rod Stewart has sang it, the Dubliners have sang it.
The Dubliners have done a great version of it, yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
Even though Rod sang it, my goodness.
Donna, if you start it, either Hannah or myself will sing the chorus.
And Donna, you sing the chorus as well because Donna has an incredible voice. Okay?
Stop it.
Yes, you do.
Absolutely not. No way. So I'll never live this moment down now, but I've had about 6 whiskeys, so
hey,
here we go. This is by no means don't measure me off anybody else on this podcast. It's this is the basics. But if I was at a Lockin, truly, I would always finish the night with a song. So I'll sing the first verse, and then Barry, you're coming in with the chorus. All right?
Beautiful.
All right. As we gather in the chapel here in Old Kilmainham Jail, I think about these past few weeks. Oh, will they say we failed? From our school days they have told us we must yearn for liberty. Yet all I want in this dark place is to have you here with me.
Oh, Grace, just hold me in your arms and let this moment linger. They'll take me out at dawn and I will die. With all my love, I place this wedding ring upon your finger. There won't be time to share our love, for we must say goodbye.
Yes! That was so beautiful.
That was really nice.
That was amazing.
That's fine.
Wait,
That
that was incredible.
That was beautiful.
What's the next verse, Donna? Go on. What's the next verse?
I actually don't even know.
Now I know it's hard for you, my love, to ever understand the love I bear for this peace brave man, my love for this dear land. But when Porrig called me to his side down in the GPO, I had to leave my own sick bed. To him I had to go.
Now as the dawn is breaking, my heart is breaking too. On this May morn as I walk out, my thoughts will be of you. And I'll write some words upon the wall so everyone will know I love so much that I could see his blood upon the rose.
Hannah, you're up.
Oh, Grace, just hold me in your arms and let this moment linger. Take me out at dawn, and I will die. With all my love,
What am I doing here?
this wedding ring upon your finger. There won't be time to share our love, so we must say goodbye.
All together now. Oh, great.
Just go in your arms. Let this moment linger.
They'll
Take me out at dawn, and I will die.
With all my
I've wasted wedding ring upon your finger. There won't be time to share our love,
For we must say goodbye.
You guys, that was so amazing.
How did I turn up again?
Yay!
That was so nice.
I was just
Hey.
watching in the background. I
Guys
teared up
have
again. Jesus.
now, you
That
guys.
was the closest thing I've seen to like a real life sing along online. Wow, that was
beautiful.
that was legit.
That was so
that
beautiful.
was nice.
Yeah.
Donna, can we just give Donna a round of applause? Like, Donna,
Yeah.
you rock.
The last song I heard her sing was Daniel O'Donnell.
Yeah. Hello,
Good to-
Christy.
Good to have you back.
I don't know. I just appeared again. I was. Thank God.
You were lurking. You were lurking in the background there, like a bad flu. You had to come back.
I like how he came in mid song and he was just like,
Yeah, he was like,
well, I guess I can't say hello. I'm just gonna
Look at the like.
thumbs up.
Here's
I've got 2 minutes later. I'll say hello.
I had a whole pint and a whiskey. I'm not. Can't leave yet.
You've nowhere to go.
absolutely not. But here's the thing, like the fact of the matter is, like, anybody who's watching who's American, and you'll come to Ireland, and here's the thing, the night is not over until we all sing until our voices are gone.
No.
So
I know.
I mean, like, this is a typical thing for the four of us. Like, if I was out with Christy, if I was out with Hannah, if I was out with Barry, we'd probably end up singing at the end of the night.
Anybody I ever bring back to Ireland, the first thing is look, right, go and just learn a song. It doesn't just has to be something small, because it's going to get embarrassing. At some stage, we're going to be sitting around a pub and somebody's going to say, and you're going to get nervous, and they're going to go here. I brought an Armenian fella back one time, and I warned him. And he's like, no, they won't ask me. I'm like, no, they're going to ask you. He ended up dancing. This was in Clare. This was down in Doolin. This was in McGann's. It was in McGann's in Doolin. And he ended up sticking out a handkerchief out of his pocket and doing an Armenian wedding dance. And then everybody said, right. Everybody's like,
so
thank
nice.
God. Next.
Amazing. That's
Isn't there a lovely Christy Moore song about McCann's? Over in McCann's, there's a grand band and they're playing, and they're singing from the continental Cayley. They're coming from the bars and the cars and litter into the end. Anyway, it goes on like that.
That's McGann's. I sang it and I never put it together. Okay, that's McGann's.
Over in McCann's. I don't know.
Christy likes an Al sing song.
Neil Diamond has nothing on us.
Neil Diamond.
Neil Diamond has nothing on
Neil
us.
Diamond.
Christy, do you know any Neil Diamond songs?
No. there's Neil Diamond songs and there's Neil Diamond songs. Now, the only Neil Diamond song I ever liked is when he comes out in The Wait, the documentary The Wait, and he sings that song with the band.
The band documentary. That's
Oh, the
amazing.
band. Great.
The band, the
That's
last
the
waltz.
best Neil Diamond ever.
Yeah.
That's the only time I like Neil Diamond is when he comes out in the last waltz. But they're
Beautiful.
The
Amazing.
coolest he's ever been.
Yeah.
by far.
working in bars in America for so long. There's that Neil Diamond song, "Hands Touching Hands." That's like
Sweet
Sweet Caroline. That's in the pantheon of American bar songs.
Honestly, we went to.
There's certain songs that will hush a bar. A bar of 200 people will stop and they'll all go.
Yeah.
That's one of them.
Yeah.
Christy, what's your own song? Like you mentioned an Armenian fella coming to Ireland and waving his handkerchief because he needs to have an old song. What's your song though?
Jesus,
When the finger points at you.
Sorry, I grew up. My family are all musicians. I have a 3-year-old daughter, and she won't go to sleep at night until I sing her Homes of Donegal. Every fucking night I'm singing Homes of Donegal to the point where I'm
Oh,
like,
Jesus
"Jesus
Christ.
Christ."
Every time home to Donegal comes on, that's me bawling. If you
Well,
sing
that's it for us.
Home to Donegal now, I'll be crying.
That's what she won't go to sleep at night without me singing it. She's like, I'm like, okay, what about we sing the Lakes of Pontchartrain tonight? She's like, no.
Oh.
She's like, no, Donegal again. I'm like,
I go on.
I won't go to sleep. I won't go to bed tonight unless you sing it either.
the Homes of Donegal.
Yeah.
It feels like a locker. So there's only the four of us watching, right?
It's only
Yeah,
four of us.
oh,
Only four of us.
yeah.
We can say that.
And whatever's over here.
Come on. Give us a tune.
I'm gonna start crying.
You got for Homes of
Here we
Donegal?
go. Yeah,
Yeah.
please.
All right. I just dropped in to see you all. I'll only stay a while. I long to see how you're getting on. I long to see you smile. I'm happy to be back again and greet you big and small. For there's no place left on earth quite like the Homes of Donegal. I long to see your smiling children standing by the door. The kettle boiling on the hearth as I walk up the floor. And then to see your welcome free for travellers one and all. For your hearts are like your mountains in the Homes of Donegal. I long to spend the time with you and while away the night with tales of yore and fairy lore beside the turf fire bright. And then to see laid out for me a shakedown by the wall. For there's rest for weary wanderers in the Homes of Donegal. The time has come for me to go and bid you all adieu. The open highway calls me back to do these things I do. But when I'm traveling far away, your friendship I'll recall. And please God, I'll soon return unto the Homes of Donegal. And please God, I'll soon return unto the Homes of Donegal.
Yeah.
Right.
Yes, so quickly.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
I get plenty of practice with that one.
Oh, that
There you
was
do.
so beautiful.
That was amazing.
That was amazing. I'm actually getting emotional. Like, that's amazing.
Lads, I swear to God, I'm so fucking excited that I'm going to be in Donegal in like 3 weeks. Like, I'm going to be thinking is all there.
Don't rub it
Christy,
in.
unreal. Unreal. This is a lock-in, says Richard. Johnny McNally says it brought a tear to his eye, and he's from the Bronx in New York.
Jesus. Takes a
Look
lot
at this.
to bring
Loved
dogs
it.
and they start crying.
Superb.
Have you all seen this new Shane McGowan movie coming out?
No.
Yeah.
Wait,
I heard
when?
about it.
It's called Crock of Gold.
Wow.
I just
No,
saw
I
it.
haven't.
It's supposed to be brilliant. It's coming out.
Shane McGowan? Jesus, I'm so down.
Yeah.
I'll watch
That
that.
was lovely, Christy.
Down.
Yeah.
That's the other great song when the Pogues do the
I mean, it's one of the best Christmas songs ever.
Yeah, I think definitely Fairy Tale New York is one of the best Christmas songs that has ever been written, in my opinion.
Oh, yeah. It's top 3
Yeah.
in the world.
Let me ask you this, though.
We
With
actually
all
had
that talk-
the other day where we listened to radio. We were listening to radio in the morning, and it came on. It was, I think it was like December the 1st. It's just like it's so hard to keep track of the time this year. And it came on, and
I know.
it was kind of like a little bit emotional. It's like, oh my goodness,
It's a beautiful song.
it's like wow.
And-
That's like,
Elliot, do you sing at all, Elliot, or do you just play?
I'm a producer primarily, so
He sings.
I'm a secret singer. I actually have an interesting story in terms of singing. In terms of California, if you've heard State Farm on the radio, I I've been the lead vocalist on a State Farm commercial for the last year and a half.
Which
That
one?
sounds like the intro to you singing us a song.
As long as it's not a State Farm commercial.
No, it does sound like that.
Wait,
it's not.
sing the song.
No,
Sing the song.
The song is called.
Unless we're sponsored both by Tullamore D.E.W and State Farm.
I'm getting nothing out of all this. Like, I'm getting no sponsorship. Like,
No, basically, it was a parody song. A friend of mine that went to college with us, we did this campaign for State Farm, and I got good money for it. So it was like a big thing. It helped me out last year. It was a parody thing of the song "How Bizarre" by OMC from the 90s. So it's like "How Bizarre." Hit a car. It was like my State Farm agent seemed to help me hit a car. Like, it was a whole thing. But that gave me checks for a year and a half. It really sustained me for a while. So I'm a secret singer.
have you a party song though? Like, if you were called upon at a family event, what would you sing?
Well, I'm a famous background in it, but
Come on. Do
To be
what
fair,
you have to do. You have to do when it's an Irish lock.
give me
Come on in close. Come on in close to the microphone there. Bring him in close to the microphone.
Okay, bring him
well,
into the cloud.
give me a song. I'll play it.
What song do you love singing? Like an
Rule
indie song?
Britannia.
It has to be one. It has to be one that we all know.
Don't be singing "God Save the Queen" on an Irish whiskey thing, please.
Please don't. Please don't.
Or you can. if you want.
Not do anything British.
I have to hang up.
Could you
And
finish
the
up?
Pope and Glory. No.
I can see Fair Town, New York with Hannah, maybe.
All right. There we go.
Okay,
There we go.
okay. I don't.
Hold on a
Also,
minute now.
like, isn't there that thing where we gotta like maybe be careful?
BBC just banned that song.
Wait, they did?
This is
What?
the BBC.
They changed the word
BBC.
to from
Maggot.
you scumbag, you
Verbal
mom.
mirror.
It's deep lousy. Now it's
well, we could do the new lyrics.
braggart.
Listen, let's get him singing.
The
Okay.
best song ever. Sing it and don't worry about it.
Elliot and Hannah are going to sing Fairy Tale of New York in an epic, never before seen before, part of the Lockin. And Christy's going to wave a lighter, and Donna's going to do shots of Tully. It's going to be an epic night.
All right, let's get the lyrics up.
Okay, we're gonna get the lyrics up. I don't think I've actually signed this song.
I will say, Hannah, you're
I
gonna
sang this song with Nadine
Oh,
Coyle.
you
When
go.
Nadine
Nadine
Coyle owns an Irish bar over here.
Say that again.
Nadine Coyle from what the band? She used
Oh,
to own
Girls
a bar.
Aloud. Yeah, Girls Aloud.
She used to own a bar in Sunset Beach here.
Did she? Wow.
She lived here for 5 years, so I sang that song with her up in the. She's good crack.
Alright.
That's best
I
Lockin
know-
ever. Don't mess it up for me now, like. Don't mess
Don't
up
mess
for
up.
me now.
I am
We've got
so
people thinking this is the
excited
best
for
ever,
this.
like.
They're going to be brilliant.
Jeez.
Wait, Anna. Can we make sure that
It's
we
all
have the
downhill
right
from here.
first of all?
It was
Right.
Christmas
Maybe
night.
you're the right
That's the first words, Hannah.
Yeah, I'm just gonna make sure we have the
Anyone
singing going down, and the crowds are singing out on Christmas Day. Okay, so okay.
Is that okay, that key?
We'll give it a lash. We don't know. Well, let's just give it a lash and we'll see.
Cheers, Barry.
If we mess it up, we mess it up. It's a lock-in, right?
All right. Let's go.
Okay.
Let's give it a go.
This is you.
It was Christmas evening in the drunk tank. An old man said to me, "Won't see another one." And then he sang a song, the rare old Mountain Dew. I turned my face away and dreamed about you.
On a lucky one, came into 81. I've got a feeling this year's for me and you. So happy Christmas, I love you, baby. I'd see a better time when all our dreams come true. They've got cars big as bars, they've got rivers of gold, but the wind goes right through you, no place for the old. When you first took my hand on a cold Christmas Eve, you promised me Broadway was made for me. You were handsome,
You pretty queen of New York City.
When the band finished playing, they held out for more. Sinatra was singing, all the drums they were singing. We kissed on a corner, then danced through the night. The boys on the NYPD choir are singing Galway Bay, and the bells are ringing out for Christmas Day. You're a bum, you're a punk.
House blood on the trunk, lying there almost dead in the trip in the bed.
You scumbag, you maggot, you cheap lousy. Have a Christmas, yours, I pray God it's the last. The boys on the NYPD choir are singing Galway Bay, and the bells are ringing out for Christmas Day. I could have been someone.
Well, so could anyone. You took my dreams from me when I first found you.
I kept them with me, babe. I put them with my own. Can't make it all alone. I built my dreams around you. The boys of the NYPD choir are singing Galway Bay, and the bells are ringing out for Christmas Day. One more time. The boys in the NYPD choir are singing Galway Bay, and the bells are ringing out for Christmas.
Yes.
You know what? Could have worked.
That was our first time doing that, so
Before.
I do apologize.
Lads, how many times are we all going to sing that for the next month? Probably,
A lot of them.
Yeah.
yeah, multiple times a day at least.
Yeah.
I'm quite surprised how well that actually went. To be fair, like,
No, honestly, we have
we
never
were
actually.
saying which line, and we were looking.
You did great, lads.
I was
That's
thinking the
complicated to do
line
for
for a
the first
large
time.
part of that. I was like, oh God, I'm so sorry. But anyway.
I don't mind saying that I'd be willing to represent the people of Ireland in acknowledging Elliot as maybe one of us.
Ellie, do you hear that?
It's a massive moment.
Oh, this is massive.
I mean, that's a big. It's big. Like I don't mind representing Ireland. Like nobody's asked me to, but I think I'm just going to take it upon myself to ask him to be part of us. Like
I mean, I would gladly say yes, and spend my whole life proving it to you. Really.
we expect nothing less. We'd expect you to spend your whole life doing it.
I'm not the biggest fan of
Have you passed the test yet?
Pardon?
Second?
Have you passed the test yet? When you're sitting around a table of 4 people, and the previous 3 people ordered 4 pints, what do you do?
I ordered 4 pints for them again next round.
Good man, there you go. He's done.
Well, I did not know
answer.
he was going to pass that. I was pretty nervous there for a second.
I think the correct answer was I order 16 pints, but we'll accept 4 pints.
No, we'll go. As long as he gets another round, he's grand.
I'm a musician. Come here, break. It's been a tough year.
The community has accepted you. You're officially in, Elliot. All that's left seems to be the formality of a passport, but that would seem to be just a small formality. But we can organise that, I'm sure.
Jesus, Barry, don't be pushing them too hard. Give them time.
Honestly, I never thought I'd be in a position where this whole honestly, I'm not that proud of my country right now, so I'd be very happy to be part of yours.
You're accepted. You're accepted. We'll take you in. No bother.
I'd
Don't
love to.
worry
I'd
about
love
it.
to.
Hey, but I'll tell you what now, lads. Now, and Barry, you've just proven the point. It was a Cork man that let the first Englishman into Ireland, so he's gone and done it again.
Oh!
He'll let the last one.
It was O'Maraku. O'Maraku, the Cork man, let the first English into Ireland, and look what happened.
Listen,
Times
we're
are
an
different now.
accepting country. We know that in
Ireland are so welcoming. Every single person I've met in America who has ever been to Ireland, they're like, I've never met a more welcoming country. And I'm so proud of that.
Yeah, I felt
so
that
proud
very
of that.
deeply in my 2 years in Ireland. It was the most wonderfully friendly time of my life.
Yeah, but listen,
I agree about it.
all that we can say is you're very welcome, but just don't mess it up. Like, do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
no, I
yeah,
mean, to be fair, I'd have a lot to answer for anyway. So
Yeah,
you know.
100%.
I'm
The
around
crack's
the
mighty.
best a lot, so she's a good
Listen,
one.
people are loving the crack tonight. The crack is mighty. We have been going for 3 hours. We didn't expect to go for 3 hours. I secretly expect to go for 3
You
hours.
said 8
You
or
didn't
9.
expect to go for 3 hours.
I didn't expect to be back. I was relaxing.
You were relaxing. Where's that? I saw your private message saying, "Bring me back in. Bring me back in."
It was
Just bring me back.
I was talking about the song.
Well, let me ask you this.
Go on,
Does
man.
anybody have another old song? Does like Christy, Donna, have you an old tune you'd like to sing? We know that Hannah and Elliot have songs, but have you another tune?
Listen here. Cork, man, not all Cork people ever do is chat about how great Cork is and how great everything was. If shite came from Cork, they'd be eating it. I mean, that's Cork's
What's this, a
all about
takeover?
Cork.
That
I'm
is
just telling
so
you,
true.
Cork's beautiful. It's a lovely place, but you must have a Cork song that you can sing.
Go on, yeah, you do. Go on, Barry.
I think he's doing it.
Where I'm going to.
Go on, Barry. He's from.
There's plenty of Cork songs. Like, I mean,
There's probably a lot
the
of ones
banks.
about disappointment and stuff, like failed revolutionary songs and things.
Yeah.
Well, there's the famous song, of course, "The Banks of My Own Lovely Lee," which would be a good
Aye.
Cork tune.
That's a lovely song.
I mean, look,
Ballastran and Cork. Where's that song?
listen. This is not about Cork tonight. This is never about me. It's about my guests.
Come on, Cork is absolutely class. Actually, I think this may be from Cork, but I'm not entirely sure. Do any of you know "Will You Go, Lassie Go"?
We know it.
Scottish.
I didn't know there was a Cork connection.
I think Barry would sing that beautifully.
Must have been a Cork man living in Scotland. Probably.
Will you go, lassie, go? I didn't know there was a Cork connection to that.
Honestly, I probably made it up so you could sing it, to be honest.
Wild Mountain Time.
Yes. Beautiful song. And I think you'd sing it so beautifully.
That's a lovely song.
I don't know if I would.
Well, whatever you want to sing, I'd love to hear another song from you. That's all I'm saying.
What about
My Cork song that I sing on occasion on the Lockin is a song about a famous boxer from my hometown of Cove, and his name was Jack Doyle. And Jack Doyle
Good stuff.
do you know Jack Doyle? Christy Moore sings the song "The Contender," written by Jimmy McCarthy, a Cork man. I'll give you a blast to that if you want it.
That's
Absolutely.
one, you know.
The one you know.
One you know.
All right. Only because you asked me. Oh, when I was young and I was in my day, I could steal what woman's heart there was away. Sing and dance until the dawning, blaze a trail until the morning, long before I was the man you see today. I was born beneath the star that promised all. I could have lived my life between Cork, Cove and Youghal, but the wheel of fortune took me. From the highest point she shook me. By the bottle live and by the bottle I shall die. And there in the mirror on the wall, I see the dream is fading from the contender to the brawl. The ring, the rose, the matador is fading. And when I die, I'll die a drunk down on the street. You can count me out to 10 in clear defeat. Wrap the starry plough around me, let the piper's air resound me. There I'll rest until the Lord of Love I'll meet. But there in the mirror on the wall, I see the dream is fading from the contender to the brawl. The ring, the rose, the matador is fading. Oh, when I was young and I was in my day, I could steal what woman's heart there was away. Sing and dance until the dawning, blaze a trail until the morning, Long before I was the man you see today. Long before I was the man you see today. Jack Doyle.
Good man, buddy. Good man. Great stuff.
Stunning. I've never heard that song. It's gorgeous.
Beautiful song.
We all need a tune on the Lockin.
We're muted.
Oh, sorry, we were muted. Thank you for making me cry. That was absolutely incredible.
Stop.
Beautiful. You have a beautiful voice. Beautiful voice.
That's the whiskey. That's the red breast. That's the red breast.
One of you. You got one of yours now in being all these songs. I feel it's like a ceremony when I inducted in a way, like in a fully narcissistic way. Like
that sounds like Elliot's got another song to sing there for us. Like,
well, I kind of just did that. Well,
Does anyone know any?
What do you want? What do you want?
The crown.
Yeah, because I was thinking because Barry did Cork, maybe Hannah was going to do Dublin, so I was thinking like somewhere in Dublin or something similar.
I'm trying to think of a Dublin song. I don't know some. I actually don't know some.
I'm going to say something completely off topic right now, but regarding Dublin, and that I recently started watching the most horrendous Irish television show called what was it? Fade Street.
Because I don't know
Fade Street. I just watched the first season.
Great show. Great show. Great show.
Wonderfully terrible. It's this Irish equivalent to The Hills, basically, and it's also and it is bizarre.
But if we're talking about Irish TV shows, I mean, we can't talk about them without mentioning Hannah's involvement, of course, in Irish TV shows and movies of the past. Hannah, you're not getting off that lightly.
Yes.
Thank you so much for bringing this up. I'm so glad you said that.
No! Oh my God! Oh my God!
Hannah, please explain. Please explain those. Which ones are those?
What have we got here, Hannah?
Oh my God, I'm actually in shock right now. This is so funny.
This is so
Which one's the one with the dog?
I love the research and the prep that goes into Barry. This is Damo and Ivor. Damo and Ivor was a TV series that was, when was it? It was brought out in 2013, went on for 2 series, and then we had a little old film at the end. And then I haven't heard a peep from it since. But it's a great show, great comedy show. And honestly, that was probably one of the best, probably the most crack I've had, like in regards to acting. It was just the best fun. Imagine like acting with Irish legends like Ruth McCabe, and it was just.
And also Rick Mail.
Rick Mail.
Yeah.
In the series 2013, and it was just one of the best experiences I ever had in my entire life. It was incredible. Amazing.
I love that you had that.
I love you had that. I'm just like, oh my God, I saw it and I was like.
We do our research here. Like, people aren't getting off lightly. Like, you know.
Yeah.
No. For anybody who's watching, like, you gotta kind of give a bit of context of what like Damo and Ivor was.
Yes, that is fair.
So you gotta get it.
So Damo and Ivor was actually very popular on this. It was this TV show on RT2. It was like a comedy sketch show at the beginning. And then it got turned into a series, and it was about these twins that were separated from birth. One was from the north of Ireland, and one was from the Dublin. North of Dublin. Elliot's corrected me. I love that. North of Dublin and south of Dublin. And north of Dublin, I would like to think of that accent as like maybe if you think of Colin Farrell, you know, like, hey, how are you doing? You know what I mean? So like that would be like Colin Farrell, and south of Dublin be like, oh my God, are you serious? Like that's like so nice, like really. So like very posh and like over dramatic. So the whole series was about these twins, and I was on the posh side. So I was Ivor's girlfriend, and I like always spoke like this. My name was Sarah Jane, and honestly, it was just a bit of crack, and it was very dramatic in every sense of the word. And it was just the best thing I've ever done acting wise, honestly. And it was just so much crack. So yeah.
Which side of Dublin would you naturally associate with?
It's a very good question now, Christy. Very good question.
No pressure.
No pressure at all. So technically speaking, I am from South Dublin. I am from South Dublin, but I am not what you call like a D4. I don't know if you've heard of the term D4.
Yeah.
Yeah. So D4, like, they really speak like this all the time. And so I'm just from South Dublin. I'm just from Dublin, to be honest. But if I had to say, yeah.
I'm from the north side of Dublin, if anybody's asking.
Donna, would you be closer to the airport than Hannah would be?
Of course you would.
From the airport, Barry.
That's the only reason we let her back in Donegal.
North of the Liffey. North of the Liffey is all that matters.
Donna's been north of Cavan, so she's actually a real Irish person though.'s been north of Cavan, unlike the rest of you.
Yeah, no,
Have either of you ever been to Donegal or Sligo?
I have been to Donegal. Donegal is one of
Barry's keeping very quiet.
I've been to Killybegs.
But any showing? The north of Ireland?
I've not been that far north.
Get up there quickly, because it's the best part of Ireland, in my opinion. And I grew up in Dublin, and look, I'm always going to be proud to be from Dublin, but I'm probably prouder to be from Donegal. It's the most stunning part of Ireland.
Richard O'Kelly's been sitting there just waiting for up the dubs.
He has, but
he's been waiting, just like I'm so waiting to write this right now.
But listen, all this talking and all this banter about location is taking us away from the very important work of who's going to sing the next out song. Like, would that be Christy there? Christy's got a song warmed up in his head.
No. I've done my song.
Do you not have one more in you?
You have.
Yeah.
You just don't have enough time. You don't have enough time for songs like that now.
We do.
Sleep.
I'm a professional bartender and bar person. Now we have a singer here on board. And then we had Donna, who started it all, that did one, and then Mr. Turn again. And is keeping very quiet. When I've heard her sing numerous Daniel O'Donnell songs.
Oh, Donna.
Donna's
family comes from Clonmany, and when she comes up to Clonmany, it's usually for the Clonmany Festival, which Irish country and Western, or country and Irish, whatever it's called. My uncle used to run a recording studio, and they used to record a lot of this country and Irish music, and he used to call it black pudding music, because you take a wee bit of everything and you put it all together. You know, ding, 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 a wee banjo, and then a mandolin, and then an accordion, and then a fiddle, and then a thing. So I think, Donna O'Donnell.
Nice.
I think that's the new one.
Literally, I can't even tell you. So both my grandparents and my mom's side are from Donegal. So I spent every childhood summer going up to Donegal, and they would blast two different tapes at the time, right? So we had the Daniel O'Donnell album, like Best of Daniel O'Donnell, and the Best of Patsy Cline, and that was basically all that played the entire time that me and my sister were there, which would be probably like about 4 weeks. So we're obsessed with Daniel O'Donnell, and we're obsessed with Patsy Cline, and we're obsessed with Donegal. I know that there's a lot of people in Donegal who don't take a lot of pride in Daniel O'Donnell, but I do. And Christy just mentioned the Clonmany Festival, which any Americans watching, book your flights and book your stays for next August, because Clonmany Festival is one of the most sought after events in Ireland, and it's one of the hardest things to get. No, I'm not joking. Like, it's
I know you're not.
Would you just sing it?
During Clonmany Festival, the best festival you'll ever go to. Some of the best country artists. Sometimes you see a bit of Bagatelle, and they'll sing all the best. Yeah, you'll see like
Meet me in Paris on the Champs-Élysées tonight.
And that's still the only song they sing 5 times, Barry.
Yeah. And you'll see a bit of like American country music, a bit of Donegal country music. We're very merged between it all. And
I know. The last time we were drinking, I had to show you a video of Crystal Swing.
Crystal Swing. Will you stop?
My God. Sorry.
Donna,
I'm so glad
Donna had never seen it.
They are iconic. They are literally iconic.
You, Donna.
Yeah, I'm a bit naive in some senses. I've been here for
No, you just have taste.
I wouldn't have placed
she's
Donna
like-
with
she's-
Crystal Swing.
No,
went
like
down
Crystal's Swing are amazing. They're literally like as
What is
iconic
Crystal
as like Jedward and Justin the Turkey.
What the hell?
That says it all.
Justin the Turkey.
Justin the Turkey. Can we mention Justin
They're
the
as
Turkey?
iconic as Jedward. Brilliant.
Okay.
This is all well and good.
From there.
This is all well and good. But who's going to sing a song like?
They're as
You can
iconic.
ban-
They're as iconic as the Tato Man. That's brilliant.
Yes.
Okay. Well, would anyone? Okay, I'm just saying. I love the Cranberries. Would anyone like to do a Cranberry song? I'm not saying me. I'm just saying like Cranberries is a good one because like a lot of people know a Cranberry song. Don't
You
say.
should
Hannah,
sing one. You should
Zombie,
sing one.
Hannah, Zombie. You're going to do it. You
We've
got
all
to do
been-
Zombie.
No, I meant like anyone else because I.
No, you
No,
get a beautiful
no.
version of. When I heard you sing Zombie, the hairs in the back of my neck stood up. Like you sing Zombie, like it's unbelievable how you sing it. It's incredible.
You're on here as the professional musician. We can't wait.
Okay. I'm that arsehole that's like, guys, will someone sing a song, like a Cranberry song, and then I'm like, okay, I'll sing one. Okay.
We
Like
just
I'm
all-
that arsehole right now.
The main thing
Right.
is,
It's all you, Hannah. It's all
Dublin-
you.
I'm aware that I'm an
Dublin-
asshole. So,
Dublin-
give me the key.
I'm
email.
putting Hannah. I'm putting Donna and Christy on mute.
Yeah. Okay. Give me a moment. I'm getting up the cheeky chords.
I got it. It's E minor, right?
What?
I know the chord. I know the song. I'm a professional too. Yeah.
Okay. Okay, cool. Cheers, everyone. Hope everyone's having a great Lockin. Another head hangs lowly, child is slowly taken. The violence causes silence. Who are we mistaken? But you see, it's not me, it's not my family. In your head, they are dying with their tanks and their bombs and their guns and their guns. In your head, they are fighting. In your head, zombie, 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 oh, in your head, zombie, 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 oh, do, da, na, do, da, Another mother's breaking heart is taken over. The violence causes silence. Who are we mistaken? It's the same old team since 1916. In your head, they are fighting with their tanks and their bombs and their bombs and their guns. In your head, they are dying. Oh, in your head, zombie, 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 oh, in your head, zombie, 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 oh, no, oh, in your head, zombie, 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 so in your head, zombie, 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 so Thanks.
Wow. Wow. That was unbelievable.
Thanks. Thank you to Elliot. It was his first time playing it, so thank you very much, Elliot.
We've set the bar too high here because future lock-ins are not going to be able to in any way compare to this. This is ridiculous stuff altogether. This is unreal. The crowd is going, well, look at this. How many emojis can you fit in one comment? Rebecca's
I think
stretching it.
Too many emojis.
I'd say Rebecca's thumbs are sore after that.
Look at all these. Look at this. So many coming in.
Oh my God.
So good. Christy had to leave. He was overpowered by the emotion. Christy had to leave.
I have to leave.
I was overpowered by a certain emotion. The toilet.
That's so good.
Lads, listen, this is unbelievable stuff. Honestly, like, I'm very privileged. I feel very privileged to be part of all this tonight. Like, this is something very special. Like,
it's
very special.
This is your podcast, Barry. We're privileged to be here.
Listen, I only press the on and off button. Everyone else does all the hard work. Like, this is amazing.
You also send the Redbreast 30 up the street so we can all have a taste. You know, that's the only reason we're hanging. The only reason we're hanging out here and doing this is so we can get a wee bit of, like just a wee 2-ounce bottle up the road.
Yeah,
Christy, I'll take care of you.
Yeah, it's been very real. Very real.
It's been so much fun, and like we honestly were so grateful to be part of it. Like be part of this. It's so much crack, and I miss Irish people, especially this year. I miss Irish people so much. I really do. I just miss the overall crack, and just I don't even know how to explain it. The overall just type of person that Irish people are. They're just so warm and compassionate and just always up for banter. And I definitely miss that. And like I really feel like I'm getting this. Tonight is just a pure example of this. Like it's so incredible.
Very real in person, considering the distances.
No. Hang on a second, Elliot. You just got your passport a couple hours ago. You take it easy.
You'll be getting ahead of yourself.
No, Elliot, right now, love. Not your time.
You know what? Just enjoy the
We got you in the door. We got you in the door.
I'll shut up. Yeah.
I think the next lock-in in
Elliot,
person.
the next lock-in, you have to go to learn Paul Brady's entire album, Paul Brady and Artie McGlynn. You have to get that whole...
I got plenty of time.
Yeah. Paul Brady, Van Morrison, Tim Lizzy. We got a lot.
I just got to get those Beatles out of my system. Those bloody Beatles. My Christ.
I know. Yeah, you need to get them
out.
Yeah.
So the Beatles were all Irish, except for Ringo.
Wait, is that actually true? Were they actually all Irish?
I mean, John Lennon.
Give Ireland back to the Irish. Don't let them have to take it away.
And you know what? Sorry, I have something to say on that as well. We recently watched the Oasis. Was it Oasis? Oasis documentary.
Oh, they're mad Irish.
And they are so Irish. Their mum.
Not only the Irish. Where do you think their name is from? Their name's
Gallagher.
Their name's Gallagher. Gallagher comes from Donegal.
Yeah.
Donegal town.
It's not Donegal.
Donegal, yeah.
I mean,
but like the mommy was on the documentary, and she was like, oh yeah, like Noel and Liam like talking like this, and I was like, oh my God, I had no idea. She was like fully Irish, and they're
she was from Ireland.
Yeah.
Her ma, I didn't know.
Yeah, their mum's
fully Irish.
Fully Irish.
We should have known Noel and Liam Gallagher. I mean, like.
I know. We should have known.
Also, by the way, amazing movie to check out. I think it's on Netflix. It's fascinating. Like
I'm obsessed with music documentaries, like music documentaries and sports documentaries. I have no interest in being a sports person. I don't play any sports, but for some reason, music documentaries and sports documentaries are amazing. Like they're like they move you because you see people doing things at extremes.
Yeah,
that's like the extreme of their life. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's why what I saw recently, which was really good on Netflix, is about Sunderland. It's been a famously
I love it. It's so good.
It's fascinating. It's about like they've never seen a documentary about a losing team going.
Oh my God, it's the best documentary.
It's so interesting. Like you always see
the theme tune.
Like
the theme tune to that documentary is the most incredible theme tune of all time. It's amazing.
Play it, Elliot.
What was it?
Go on, play it. Play it.
I told you I can't remember.
You've made the mistake of saying you're the musician in a group of Irish people. You'll get asked to play everything.
Everything.
It's not my first time, Christy. Honestly, it's not my first time.
I'd imagine you lived in Dublin for 2 years. I'd imagine.
Yeah, no.
Yeah.
And also, I'm out here trying to produce it primarily, but like I just can't shake it. I just like performing too.
Yeah.
Can I ask Donna a question? Donna, you have a shelf of whiskey behind you, and I've admired your both resilience and effort and initiative in constantly getting up from your chair and going back and finding something new to your glass.
Wonderful. Barry's admiring Donna's shelf.
And many in the audience have been impressed by your moves towards that shelf. Is there anything else you're trying to pour in your glass tonight? Because I'm not going home. I don't know about the rest of you. I'm at home. I'm at home.
You're not going home.
You're at home.
So lads, when I got this job, I didn't really understand the context of it or what I was supposed to be doing. But what I did start to acquire was a lot of alcohol. And it was like sitting in my kitchen, sitting in presses, hiding away. And I thought it was just silly and it should be displayed. So my dad came over last November and I said, Dad, I want to build a shelf. And now, by the way, this is before COVID or knowing that I would ever have to virtually do something in front of a beautiful shelf of alcohol. But I said, Dad, I want to put all these up on display. I said, so let's sit together. And we looked online for like shelves that we could buy and he would put up. And I couldn't find anything that I liked. So we actually made these shelves perfectly to measure a bottle of Tully. So like everything on the first shelf is Tullamore D.E.W. So we measured that to fit it. And then we kind of fit the other shelves to fit whatever I wanted, which is a lot of William Grant stuff, but it's also a lot of other Irish whiskey and stuff that I like to feature. But, I literally drank some really nice stuff as we hung out the whole time tonight. Like I got up to 18-year-old Tully. I even had some of the warehouse special. But I'm back to Tullamore D.E.W original because once I've kind of got to my peak and had all the nice ones, I honestly just want to sip on a regular whiskey. So I'm back to OG, with the good stuff. And the one thing I have to say is, I really appreciate everybody who's stayed on for the whole Lockin or who's just tuned in, because at the end of the day, it's not even just about being Irish. It's about Irish whiskey, in my opinion, is the only spirit that has a special element to it that brings people together and invites them to tell stories and have the crack and have a smile and have a laugh and sometimes have a cry. But I genuinely am so proud to be part of this industry because I really do enjoy everything that it is to be Irish and to bring people together and to see Americans enjoy it, which I do every day and I'm excited about. So I have a little toast for our drink that we're currently drinking. So guys, we're in the depths of coronavirus, right?
Is that all right, Donna?
That'll do.
Right, Donna, right? This one here?
That'll do.
Beautiful.
Lads, and see,
this.
and I didn't even pay them, Barry.
I don't believe that for a second.
Tullamore D.E.W is, in my opinion, the best.
Yeah,
in my opinion.
Where's that? Donna has hijacked my Lockin with no net gain to myself. She has hijacked it, but that's fine.
So guys, I drink to your health when I'm with you. I drink to your health when I'm alone. I'm starting to drink to your health so often that I'm starting to worry about my own. But to be honest though, like I do recognize the seriousness of everything that's going on, and like it's a really difficult time and it's really sad to see the bars closed, but it's also important that everybody is like looking after themselves. And I don't want to take it to like a fucking bad note, but at the end of the day, like I really do want everybody to stay healthy and happy and us to be able to drink a whiskey together when this is all over. So I love you.
There's a lot of people with a lot of stress and anxiety, the present company not included. And I believe this lockdown, at least compared to the last one, there's something on the horizon that we can look forward to and we can grasp. There's a bit of hope this time. It's not saying that it's great or that we're closed over Christmas or whatever happens, but as long as everybody takes care of there's a lot of staff. The main thing that people are worried about are the people that work in these places. And if you can call anybody that's here, if you can call, if you can do takeaway, if you can stop in, if you can get food, if you can get drinks, if you can do anything, if your job hasn't been affected, or if indeed, as many people have, you end up making more money during this lockdown. A lot of the service industry, be that bars and restaurants and hairdressers and gyms and anything that involves face-to-face. If you can do anything that doesn't involve you going onto Amazon and buying stuff, if you can go and buy stuff from the local place, from the people that they're there, we'll be there then when it all comes over. There's a lot of people that won't without our help, without everybody's help. There's a lot of people who won't be there. So that's all we ask. And we can keep, we're all smiling through it, but we can raise a glass of whiskey to that, I suppose.
Come on, Christy. Come on.
100%.
Fair play.
100% Christy. Well said.
That's all we can do. That's all we can do.
Wonderful message.
Fair play, Christy.
Yeah, well, fair play.
That sounded like the opening to a song by Christy.
Oh, Jesus, yeah.
I just want to hang out with you all in a real
That's the
life.
problem in Ireland. You sing one song and you're fucked then, unless you're really.
That's right.
Sing Christy.
What?
Christy, come on! You have a beautiful voice, Christy. We have to hear another song. Come on, we have to hear another song.
Street to New York. I think you got it.
Hold on a second.
My eyebrow.
What's
You
that?
gotta get the lyrics.
The eyebrow.
You have an eyebrow up, meaning you're thinking, and you know you're
You're
gonna.
looking at the rock.
I do have a very prominent eyebrow on one side, definitely. For sure.
And just because Christy is preparing for his song doesn't mean that Hannah or Donna or even myself are going to get off lightly. So just know that we'll be moving in rotation to close out the evening.
I'll sing one scene as we're on a whiskey podcast. We'll sing one about Pachi and Micken. It's not in Donegal, any showing, in fact. This one's about this is the hills of Connemara, but the Inishowen was known as the best whiskey making place in the whole of Ireland. And there's yet to be a whiskey distillery in there, but you never know. Someday there might be some people with ideas in their heads. But they had hoped that Inishowen would one day be the Islay of Ireland in the whiskey production area. So it may. Somebody bought the Burt one, but they're coming from somewhere else. That's right. We'll sing the hills of Connemara.
Yes, beautiful song.
Yes.
Beautiful
Come on,
song.
Christy.
Yeah. Gather up the pots and the old tin can, the mash, the corn, the barley, and the bran. Run like the devil from the excise man. Keep the smoke from rising, Barney. Keep your eyes well peeled today. The big tall men are on their way, searching for the mountain Tay in the hills of Connemara. Gather up the pots and the old tin can, the mash, the corn, the barley, and the bran. Run like the devil from the excise man. Keep the smoke from rising, Barney. Mountain breezes as they blow, hear their echo in the glen below. The Gombean men are on the go in the hills of Connemara. Gather up the pots and the old tin can, the mash, the corn, the barley, and the bran. Run like the devil from the excise man. Keep the smoke from rising, Barney. A gallon for the butcher, a quart for Tom, a bottle for the old poor Father John, to help his prayers and hymns along in the hills of Connemara. Gather up the pots and the old tin can, the mash, the corn, the barley, and the bran. Run like the devil from the excise man. Keep the smoke from rising, Barney. Stand your grounds, boys, it's too late. The excise men are at the gate. Glory be to God, they're drinking it straight in the hills of Connemara. Gather up the pots and the old tin can, the mash, the corn, the barley, and the bran. Run like the devil from the excise man. Keep the smoke from rising, Barney. Swing to the left, now swing to the right. The excise men will dance all night, drinking up the tay till the broad daylight in the hills of Connemara. Gather up the pots and the old tin can, the mash, the corn, the barley, and the bran. Run like the devil from the excise man. Keep the smoke from rising, Barney. That's a song about distillation.
Yeah.
That's a song about distillation.
Come on, Christy.
Beautiful. Well done.
Hey, beautiful.
Great.
No.
Hey.
I had 14 years listening to these
Amazing.
songs over and over again, like all day long, and I said, geez, I can't listen. But now 2 years away and running an American bar, I started listening to Pogues again and Irish music again and playing my baran again and doing all this stuff. So, yeah.
You play the baron?
I do. My family. I come from my family are all fairly musicians up in Donegal.
Wow.
I play the
That's
drums.
so
The drums mainly, but at sessions I'll play the baran and sing a bit.
I purchased a Bayram, but I mean, I'm absolutely horrendous. I'm like, just do like this or whatever. But like, I'm like really terrible. I'm very, very bad. So
It's easy to be bad at the baran.
it's like it's a very
fiddle players
very
would say
difficult
the best.
instrument. Yeah,
The
it's very difficult.
fiddle players would say the best thing to play a baran with is a penknife.
Right.
Yeah.
Christy, you know you're setting yourself up here for a return visit to the Lockin. Like that's the only challenge here.
Anytime, sir. Anytime. We could actually talk about whiskey someday too.
One of these days we'll actually get to whiskey in between the crack we're all having. Like honestly, this is just like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 people having crack, and then we're allowing an audience to kind of listen in on the crack. Like,
but
that's what
may I say, Barry, as a lifelong bartender, I can teach anybody how to make a drink. I can tell anybody how to pour a whiskey. I can tell anybody how to pour a beer. That's not what people are missing. People aren't missing that. People aren't missing being able. You can sit at home and buy. You can buy the most expensive whiskey you want. You can buy all the cocktails. You can make everything. You can make the best top 10 cocktails in the world from Tales of the Cocktail. But you're missing the bar. And the bar is a piece of wood when nobody's around it. I get to sit by a bar every day. Every day I come up and I get to sit at a bar, and it's not the same. It's not about the bar. It's not about the drinks. It's not about the whiskey. It's all brilliant, but it's about the gathering, and it's about the people together, and it's about the hospitality, and it's about the facilitation of many types of emotional contact, and that's
Christy,
what bars have always
been.
been.
Right in saying that it's really all about Donna. Let's be honest.
That's right.
Because we wouldn't all be here tonight if it wasn't for Donna.
If it wasn't for the contact that Donna put us all together.
Fully stand by that. Donna is. I remember. I just want to say one thing about Donna, because Donna is an incredible woman. I remember watching. She invited me to. She invited me to sing at a Zoom, and it was like all this like whiskey tasting situation, and she gave the most incredible presentation about Tullamore D.E.W. Me and Elliot were just astounded by how much we learned about Tullamore D.E.W. It was the most incredible. I mean, an absolute professional. She is so incredible at what she does. I can't put that into words. She is an amazing human being, and I just think we need to, let's just do a toast for Donna. Also, she's an incredible singer. Okay,
she's great on like her
she's
job
an
level
incredible singer.
And a
yeah, and Donna, can we just say that Donna literally is the best, and we just love her.
It's almost like you want to sing her a song in her honor. Like it sounds like what you're trying to do there.
There's no way that you can't.
I mean, it sounds like you're setting yourself up for a tune. Like
we got one ready.
We have one ready, but
we have one ready.
But I just mean, sorry, I'm just doing a little bit of the apple.
We have the cider glass and rye ready.
Yeah, but I just have to say that like Donna is just like the pure example of just like an incredible Irish abroad. She just does her job like outstandingly well, and we just love her. She's amazing, and fair play to Donna. Thank you for bringing us all here today.
Yeah, Donna, thank you. We need to build the Lockin around you.
I didn't even do anything. This is so gorgeous. I love you so much. Thank you. Nice.
Cheers.
Cheers to Donna.
Cheers to Donna, and thanks for the next 6 songs that Donna's going to sing. We really appreciate that. That's much appreciated.
As Caroline Brannigan said, lovely smile too.
A lovely smile.
She's an absolute right.
Stacey says Donna hasn't stopped smiling for 3 hours. Look at that. It's true. Donna, you are the picture. You're the picture of Ireland, the picture of Irish whiskey, and an ambassador. And you're making us all wonder, how can we reach your heights? So would you give us an old tune?
Papa, I love you. Thank you so much. That's so nice. You're the stunner. I wish I was as good as you were.
Where's that?
You're incredible. And also Donna for president, Irish president.
Donna for president. Donna for president.
Donna for Irish president. Take it away.
Go on, Donna. What are you going to sing?
Okay, we're gonna do another tune oak, and it's called.
Very Irish.
It's very Irish, obviously. It's called The Fields of Athenry.
Oh,
Hey.
Jesus.
I'm assuming you all know it. Barry
have to
mentioned it at
stand?
the very beginning of this Lockin, and he said, I saw one of your videos and you sang it, and I was like, you know what? It's one of my favorite Irish tunes,
And we'll bloody do it.
and we'll bloody do it. Exactly. Okay.
That's my word.
That's
Sorry.
wait. Why did I say it's so British?
Yeah, sorry.
Well,
Don't
second
be
do
saying
it.
it, don't be
It's
saying it
always
British
enough.
before you sing this
Well,
song.
Elliot, you got this. You got this.
I second do it. So this is The Fields of Athenry. I hope you enjoy. And please sing along for the chorus for this. We're like, okay.
Can I just-
Yeah. So I hope you do. If you don't, you mean nothing to me. I mean, we're good. We're like, give it a lot. By a lonely prison wall, I heard a young girl calling. Michael, they have taken you away, for you stole Trevelyan's corn, so the young might see the morn. Now a prison ship lies waiting in the bay. Long lie the fields of Athenry, where once we watched the small free birds fly. Our love was on the wing, we had dreams and songs to sing. It's so lonely round the fields of Athenry. By a lonely prison wall, I heard a young girl calling. Nothing matters, Mary, when you're free. Between the famine and the crown, I rebelled, they brought me down. It's so lonely round the fields of Athenry. Long lie the fields of Athenry, where once we watched the small free birds fly. Our love was on the wing, we had dreams and songs to sing. It's so lonely round the fields of Athenry. By a lonely prison wall, she watched the last star falling, as the prison ship sailed out against the sky. Sure, we'll wait and hope and pray for her love and Botany Bay. It's so lonely round the fields of Athenry. Long lie the fields of Athenry, where once we watched the small free birds fly. Our love was on the wing, we had dreams and songs to sing. It's so lonely round the fields of Athenry. It's so lonely round the fields back and
Yeah.
Thank you.
Great stuff.
So gorgeous. That's one of my favorite Irish bangers. Like that to me is definitely one of the top 3 Irish songs.
I completely agree with you, Donna. It's like, honestly, I was like getting emotional through it because, you know, it's all the main story behind the Fields of Athenry is about all the people who were taken away in the prisoner ships during the famine. So it's all just like very upsetting knowing that, you know, all our ancestors were going on these prison ships, and you know, all the sadness involved, but at the same time, all the beautiful music that was created because of these hardships that we had as a country. And
I think
so proud to sing every one of these songs, really.
I think it's crazy.
I think like having not, like, you know, like we've obviously lived, we haven't had to live through any of that like struggle, but I feel like it's always affected me. It's always been like a core to who I am, is like the struggle that the Irish went through. But the Fields of Athenry hits me in that level, but it also still hits me from film Galleons in the disco when it was turned into the rave version, and I was fucking raving it around when I was 13. Like that's like been a banger to me for life.
100%. And you know, a banger for all, especially a banger in the discos, but also just at the rugby matches and football matches. This was our anthem. You know, and I'm very proud to have this anthem throughout it. You know, everyone's like,
I was in that.
Free birds fly. It's just.
I was in Soldier Field in Chicago when Ireland beat the All Blacks when they were singing that. That was an experience.
Wow.
I was at that game in Chicago. It was amazing. It was fun, and the whole place sang it, and there was
unbelievable.
Yeah,
it was amazing. It was amazing. I was there for that game too, and I will say that I was there. Yeah, I was there for that game. Yeah, and never forget it. And I will say that for Hannah's rendition of the Fields of Athenry, of all the songs, I thought that aggression would have come to the fore. That was the one I thought. Whereas no, it was more subdued than that.
I said you were very restrained.
Aggression was misplaced. It was put in other songs, which is even better for us. A surprise, which was amazing.
She has many levels.
He can attest.
What are you trying to tell us, Elliot?
Yeah, what are you trying to tell me, Elliot, and everyone else?
That's a different Lockin. Different Lockin.
Okay.
we'll talk again about that.
Listen, we have broken the record.
We need to talk.
Yeah,
we've broken the record for the longest lock-in of all time. We've now gone for 3 hours and 45 minutes. It's never been done before.
Oh!
Hey!
Hey! Cheers.
There's no surprise.
It's not felt like it for a second.
I felt, honestly, I'm not going to lie, Barry, this has been undone. Like in Christy, it has been the most crack. It has been so much fun. I honestly can't believe it's been that long because it feels like it's been a few minutes. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. It seems like a sales peak. I'm saying like it's been one of the highlights of my whole year.
It's great.
It felt very like real and in person without me being still digitally in a bar.
I'm glad you feel like it's been a very small amount of time because we've got about 8 more hours to go, so we're well situated.
Oh wow! Okay.
Session ahead.
We're getting settled in. I've been in longer lockdowns in real life.
Christy, how do you leave and it's okay? Because we want to do something.
I don't know if you all remember, but Barry, you might remember on Sunday afternoons when you'd have to have the obligatory lockdown.
Holy hour.
When the bar was closed, was it from 2 to 4? Or
2 to 4, holy hour. Yeah.
And the bars were all closed from 2 to 4. And I used to work Sundays. So I'd work Saturday nights in the bar. And Annie would wake me up because my uncles would keep me up till fucking 5 or 6 in the morning with bands from all over the world. And they'd be like, I'd be giving them drinks and then I'd try to sleep 2 hours and then I'd have to work Sunday morning and my granny would wake me up. And you'd do that, and 2 o'clock you'd have to take everybody, or not. The deal was you'd have to close all the windows and close all the doors, and if you were in, you couldn't leave till 4 o'clock. So yeah, that was the actual lock-in. The lock-in was that you couldn't go if you signed a verbal contract. I'll let you stay. All the shutters came down, which is why bars in Ireland have shutters.
Yeah.
The bars in Ireland have good shutters, is because when you close a shutter, you're not leaving until we open them again. So
Yeah.
Christy, I remember those days. Like,
many's a Sunday dinner was ruined, and many's a time I had to go, was sent in to get me dad and the pub and his local pub when I was only about 6.
Christy, I remember those times when the holy hour was 2 to 4 o'clock. I remember working in a hotel in Cove in County Cork, and the men of the town would come in for their pints at 11 o'clock, and then come 2 o'clock, they'd be told they had to leave, and they'd say, we're not going anywhere. So we'd lock the door around them, and wouldn't their poor wives come down with the Sunday lunch in the plastic bag to deliver it to them?
Oh my God.
Old
Oh,
Ireland,
yeah.
lads. Old
Oh, yeah.
Ireland.
Yeah.
Oh,
Jesus.
that's one thing I just love about Irish people, is that it's just when you're having the crack, it's just like no one can stop it. Like, it just, if anyone tries to stop it, like, good luck to you, because it's not happening. Like, and you will be excommunicated from that group. You know what I mean? So it's just being part of the Lockin virtually right now. Like, I mean, when I think back to the days where I used to be in Dublin city centre, and we used to be in part of Lockin, and it was just like we go until 7 a.m. It was just like the best crack. It's just like no one can disrupt that, and it's just like having that bubble of people singing, drinking, having a good time. It's just like you just can't export that to any of the country. It's just like this Irish thing that we have that we're so proud of, you know.
I had a very brief moment in my UK life where I had a UK lock-in. It was one bar, it was just like 6 months later they were closed. Like, they did lock-ins, and it was wonderful. It was so like my time in Ireland, you know, doing that shit was great. There's one bar in my hometown my parents lived, and it was wonderful. We did lock-ins. But unfortunately, the climate's not. They were closed 6 months later. So.
That's why we're doing it right now.
So it's just like in the UK, it's not a thing, but in Ireland, it's a thing. Like,
it's a huge thing in Ireland.
They
Huge
did.
thing.
Welcome to a lock-in. This is where the crack happens. This is it.
Yeah, this is it. Like, you know.
Apparently, so my mom thought this is real talk, right? So my mom was up in Donegal the day before yesterday, and I called her and I said, what's the plan?
I hope she got a test before she went up there and started spreading the COVID up there.
So she just stayed in her house, and then she walked Ballyliffin Beach, and she didn't mix with any locals. So all the locals, when the Dublin crew come into Donegal, they'd be peering out their window. You know, they'd be pissed off that they came up. But she had a essential reason to be there, right? So anyway, she's and she said to me, Donna, you know, you're going to be up here for New Year's. Like, do you want me to book dinner at the lodge for New Year's? And I said, yeah, absolutely. I said, book dinner. And she goes, well, what do you want to do after? I said, well, there's nothing we can do after, Mom. I said, because everything's closed. And she goes, well, actually, it's not. There's all these underground bars.
Don't you be giving away any secrets, Donna.
And I went, what? And she goes,
What?
Do is talk to a few of the lads over here, and you'll have all the entries to all the. So I'm not saying no more. I don't know any names. I can't give anything away. But
Jesus.
I come too, like that's unreal.
No,
like as they used to do illegally, they're still continuing their illegal business, and there's some sneaky, amazing bars to go to. In some of, like,
the hardest thing for everybody during this whole thing has been the lack of personal touch, the lack of talk to people, the lack of the communication, the lack of all of that. So during Prohibition, speakeasies popped up because of the desire to mingle and the desire to meet people and talk and have the crack. This has been I don't know why, you know, I haven't read too many things about the Spanish flu, like, and I'm sure that was just as tough a thing. That's the only thing we can compare it to, but there's no real record, or I haven't ever read a record about what it was like in the social scenes around that. But we are meant to talk to people. We are meant to go out and meet people. We're meant to talk. So, you know, it's the hardest thing ever to stay away from everybody.
Yeah.
At least we're getting near the end of it, I think. I hope.
Yeah.
I think 2 months ago, what was 2 months ago? October? August? What do we even know anymore? Somebody said the other day, he goes, well, it turns out time flies when you're not having fun as well. You know?
That's so true. Sorry, that is so true.
It just flies regardless.
It just flies. It's just like, I cannot believe it's December. And
tomorrow was repeal day.
what have we done?
Well, that's all right. This year just gone. And
Look,
we've said,
look, we've been here now for almost 4 hours. This is a bit of a record. It's been a while since I've consumed 47 whiskeys live on camera over the course of 4 hours.
Song.
You're looking grand now.
Barry,
Here's a story. You gotta sing a song.
Hey, Barry, you haven't mentioned Paddy whiskey once, which is a fucking 4 hours as a record for a Cork man drinking.
Do you want me to grab some Paddy? Here, I'll grab some Paddy.
He was
the record to sit by a Cork man for 4 hours and he didn't mention Paddy's whiskey.
Paddy here
That's beautiful.
We're not working that.
Repeat it.
For a while because it's got a lot in there.
Look, there it is.
Look, there it is.
The best of Mexican whiskey.
Oh, okay, Barry. I've a bone, Barry. I've a bone to pick with you. So that was my granddad. Okay, he adored Paddy whiskey. That was his favorite drink, and he passed away probably around 5 years ago. And me and my cousin were like, you know what? We've never tried Paddy whiskey. Let's go and give it a lash, you know. So in his honor, we went to the bar. We're like, 2 Paddy whiskeys. Thank you very much. We got our Paddy whiskeys, and the barman was looking at us, being like, like, you'd want a Coke with that now, love. We're actually in Yall at the moment. Sorry, I need to do a Cork accent. You'd want a wait 1 sec. You'd want a Coke with that, love, no. And basically, I was like, sorry.
I see why you made it on TV.
I was like, sorry, what do you mean? I'm from Dublin. I don't know anything. Do you need a Coke for that drink? And anyway, long story short, it was like he was like, no, you really need a Coke with this. So anyway, we got a Coke. So we sat down, and me and my cousin Jenny were like, to granddad, to Paddy whiskey, to his life. And we were like, let's do it straight, because we are a Crowley. We are, you know, legit, whatever the hell. So anyway, we took the shot of Paddy, and we were like, I mean, it was the most violent whiskey. It was like actual poison going down my throat. I cannot believe my granddad drank that socially on many occasions, thinking it was the nicest drink and a social drink. My throat was burning. I was literally freaking out. I was about
you better stop it. You'll never get on this show again. You can't talk about Paddy like a Cork man. You just pretend you like it and just go for it.
Yeah, no. It was one of those. It was one of those drinks. Believe me, I'm a massive fan of Cork, but the Paddy whiskey, you know, oh my God, I'm so sorry. You know, it wasn't Paddy. It was bloody Powers. It was Powers. I was thinking of.
It's shedding a tear.
It was Powers. It wasn't Paddy's. It was Powers.
Just Powers.
That makes sense.
I'm sorry. It was actually Powers.
I'm going to say, sure, isn't Paddy owned by the Americans at this stage? So that was going to be my excuse.
I think it's the Mexicans.
The Mexicans.
No, the Americans bought it back from the Mexicans.
Let me ask you this. We've gone on the longest lock-in of all time. I'm going for another 7 or 8 hours on my own, whether anyone wants to join me. But I'm curious does anybody have a tune left in their head, whether that's Christy or Donna? I know Hannah and Elliot have many tunes in their heads, but would Donna or Christy care to share even a verse of a tune?
Yes, absolutely. Go on. Christy, Donna, come on.
Donna will sing.
Definitely have one.
I'll finish off the Paddy by saying when I was working in the bar as a young fella, the old men in Donegal used to call Paddy's women's whiskey.
There you
Is
go.
there a song to go?
No, it's a lovely whiskey, but I don't know why. It's just the old boys used to say that.
Yeah,
Donna?
you know, I've got like a little banger.
I like Paddy's. I don't like the Paddy apple they came out with. What was the one they came out with, Donna? The flavored stuff?
Oh, yeah.
Paddy apple.
Whiskey. That's not even whiskey. Yeah. But Donna, you've been the epitome of grace and class tonight, sitting there just like Mother Ireland, just representing, without even doing a thing or just saying, we're just staring at the camera, you've represented Ireland, and I wonder if
Barry,
you've
Donna,
Barry,
for
tune in your head.
Sorry, you're right. If you can imagine, see that thing below the shelf there. So that could have been like an old fireplace in a thatched cottage with the old swing
been.
pot on it. It looks
Could have been.
like Jesus. It could be like the old stove.
Netflix fire. You could have put a Netflix fire on there, Don.
No, you could have an old stove back there. She could be sitting in front of her thing, cooking the porridge, and much Ireland.
I just went to San Francisco and I bought this for myself, and I'm very proud of it. I bought it at the Buena Vista. It's a piece of art.
Oh, wow. Is that an Irish coffee?
Yeah.
Oh my God, that's incredible.
And I haven't put it up on my wall yet because I'm not sure yet where it
Is
fits.
that her, the queen of the land?
Oh wait, is that the Black Velvet Band?
And her hair sent over her shoulder,
tied up in
like
Black
a black
Velvet
velvet band.
Hear that song, Parachute?
Belfast.
Donna knows this song, and I think she should sing it.
Well, I was gonna, if there was anything that I was gonna leave with, it would be Streets of New York, because it's probably.
Oh my God, you're amazing at that. Yeah.
To me,
That should be it.
yeah, that's one of the most iconic Irish songs. It's one of the songs that like is the example of everything that we are, that Hannah is, that Barry is, that Christy is. We all left Ireland with like a bigger dream, and you know, we made it work, and we all miss home like no other. So that's probably my favorite Irish song ever.
Off you go.
Go for it. It's all yours.
Okay, well, I'm not doing the whole thing because it's about fucking 20 minutes. So
We have time. Where are you going,
Hey.
like?
Everybody, pour a double.
we'll be here for a while.
Pour a double.
And I'll apologize in advance for any of the off-tune singing.
Donna, you're
You'll be
amazing
You'll
singer.
be grand.
No
You'll be grand.
apologies. You're
This
amazing.
would be my lock-in favorite. Like, this would be my go-to. If you're at a lock-in with me, you're stuck with this song at the end of the night. So, I was 18 years old when I went down to Dublin with a fistful of money and a cartload of dreams. Take your time, said me father, stop a rushing like hell, and remember all is not what it seems to be. For there's fellas would cut you for the coat on your back, or the watch that you got from your mother. So take care, me young bucko, mind yourself well, and will you give this wee note to me brother? At the time, Uncle Benji was a policeman in Brooklyn, and me father, the youngest, looked after the farm. When a phone call from America said, send the lad over, and me old fella said, sure, it wouldn't do any harm. For there's fella, wait, I think I lost it. Did I just lose the words? I did.
You're grand. Keep her lit.
For I spent my life working this dirty old ground for a few pints of porter and the smell of a pound. And sure, maybe there's something you'll learn or you'll see, and you can bring it back home. Make it easy on me. So I landed at Kennedy, and a big yellow taxi carried me and me bags through the streets and the rain. Well, me poor heart was thumping around with excitement, and I hardly even heard what the driver was saying. We came in the Shore Parkway to the flatlands in Brooklyn, to my uncle's apartment on East 63rd. I was feeling so happy. I was humming a song, and I sang You're as free as a bird. Well, to shorten the story, what I found out that day was that Benji got shot down in an uptown parade. And while I was flying my way to New York, poor Benji was lying in a coal city morgue. So I phoned up the old fella, told him the news. I could tell he could hardly stand up in his shoes. And he wept as he told me Go ahead with the plan, and not to forget, be a proud Irishman. I feel like I'm done now. That's like, I can't keep going.
Yeah, I'm so proud of you, Donna.
Beautiful,
That was
Donna.
amazing.
Legend.
So amazing.
Legend.
That's great.
Beautiful.
You are a legend, Donna. You are a definition of a legend.
A
You are
legend.
so
Absolute
incredible.
legend. Fair play to you. Donna, listen, we
Let's
never
do another
expected you
cheers,
to sing.
Donna, Barry, Christy. Let's all do a big cheers. Thank you so much for
Cheers.
having us. Let's have a vote.
Sláinte.
Sláinte.
Amazing. Thank you all for being part of this. We've gone on longer than anybody expected. 4 hours and 5 minutes. We've beaten all records. Amazing. Like, we've maintained our numbers and people are loving it and loving the crack. And if all we achieve with these lock-ins is that one person gets distracted from just how tough life is on a day-to-day basis. These lock-ins are designed to say, we get away from it all, we sing a song, we drink a whiskey, and we did that tonight for many people. And so I thank you all for just giving your talents, your skills, your energy, your Irishness to tonight. It's been amazing, like seriously amazing. Like, I'm touched. It's just beautiful. Fair play.
Barry, thanks for
Cheers,
having us.
Barry. And for yourself, Barry, for running this
No,
thing.
it's a
and doing it
privilege,
all,
Barry.
and all the
Like-
knowledge and all the reaching out and everything else, Barry.
No.
There's no doubt,
I'm sure
Barry.
on behalf of everybody listening or everybody watching, sure, we'll say thank you for that, because I'm sure everybody's thinking the same.
Agreed.
Yeah,
Agreed.
really, thank you so much, Barry, for organizing this. Donna, for being an absolute legend and a Tullamore D.E.W goddess. Christy, you absolute legend as well with your beautiful voice. You all have beautiful voices. Oh my God. It's honestly an Irish thing. I honestly believe that. I'm not just going to say this for everyone, but I think you're all amazing, and thank you so much for us to be part of this.
I think it's been a nice, humour we all work together. It's been very, very real. Very
It's
nice.
been very and lovely.
Let me ask you one last question of all of you here tonight. Does anybody want to sing a song out? Because if you don't, it'll be down to me. But does anybody want to sing a song?
What's your song out, Barry?
If I was pushed against the corner, I'd sing Galway to Graceland.
Do it.
Do it.
Absolutely.
Oh, yeah.
Do it. 100% do it.
Went from Galway to Graceland to visit the king.
That's it. The old High Kings.
Yeah.
We love it.
Jeez, I'll have to pour another drop of the old Redbreast 30 for that. Like,
Yeah,
On their butt, like.
Hey, sure. Hey, fuck you pouring that whiskey. Send it on. Put it on a fucking thing and send it up here. I'd be
Christy,
looking for.
it's getting very empty. It's getting very empty here. Like, very empty.
Wait, could you explain, Barry, what's this song about? I want to know the backstory about it.
This is a
Richard,
song about
Richard Thompson,
woman,
right?
Yeah, Thompson was the man who wrote it, and it's an Irish song. Well, it's not so much an Irish song, but it's about a woman who lived in Galway, and she was obsessed with Elvis, and she decided to leave her home on the west coast of Ireland to find her way to Elvis in Tennessee. And maybe all her senses weren't in the right places, but she was obsessed with Elvis.
Maybe. Yes.
Maybe. And this is a song about her journey from Galway to Graceland.
Beautiful.
Richard Thompson wrote it. He has an amazing ability to capture humanity and stuff. Just an amazing song.
That's right.
Can't wait to hear it.
All right, we'll give it another shot.
That's you, bye. That's you, bye. Cheers. Cheers, bye.
Cheers, boys.
Cheers. Oh, she dressed in the dark and she whispered amen. She was pretty in pink like a young girl again. 20 years married and she never thought twice. She slipped out of the back door and into the night. And silver wings carried her over the sea, from the west coast of Ireland to West Tennessee. Or to be with her sweetheart, she left everything. She went from Galway to Graceland to be with her king. She was humming Suspicion, the song she knew best. She had Elvis, I love you tattooed on her breast. When they landed in Memphis, well, her heart beat so fast. She had dreamed for so long now she'd see him at last. And she knelt by his graveside day after day. And come closing time, they would drag her away. Oh, to be with her sweetheart, she'd left everything. She'd come from Galway to Graceland to be with her king. Oh, they came in their thousands from the whole human race just to pay their respects at his last resting place. But blindly she knelt there day after day, and she told him her dreams, and she thought that they answered, oh, that's how it seemed. And they dragged her away. It was handcuffs this time. She said, my good man, are you out of your mind? Can't you see that we're married? See, I'm wearing his ring. I've come from Galway to Graceland to be with the king. I've come from Galway to Graceland to be with my king. Galway to Graceland.
Yay!
Bullabus, Barry, Bullabus. Good stuff, Barry.
Oh, beautiful.
Bullabus, Barry. That was absolutely
Cheers.
incredible. Cheers. That was incredible.
Oh my God. All right.
Barry, you have a beautiful voice. You have so much emotion. It's insane. So much emotion. Every single thing that you sing. It's incredible. It really is incredible.
Very great. Very nice.
Incredible.
Listen, we've sang it all. We've said it all. What else can we do? Donna's
We've probably said all. We've said everything.
Donna's saying, I can sing 6 more songs. Look at the smile on Donna's face.
Look at Donna's face. She wants to sing another 12.
She's just starting. Oh my God.
Nah, we've murdered the game. We have to wait for the next Lockin. Come on, like.
I'll save it all. Here, very nice to be part of this, Avalia. I'll be the first to exit.
That's it. It's been a privilege.
Cheers. Thank you. Great whiskey, Barry. And Barry, as always, thank you for all the knowledge, the whiskey knowledge, and staying on top of all of that. It's very important. And for all the music up there, everybody. Thank you so much. Donna.
Christy.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Christy.
Donna, we'll see you. I'll talk to you soon. And hit me back up. We'll come back in another lockdown. We'll get
Christy, you better believe it. You'll be back on.
Right.
See you next week.
Well, I'll try. I'll be sitting there trying to push buttons to get out of this, but I don't know how to do it.
Good man, Christy. Fair play to you.
Gets me out of it. Bye, everyone. Hey, everybody, stay strong, especially everybody in the industry. Anybody that's bartending, anybody that's working, anybody that's out of work. We'll get through this. It'll be over soon. If anybody's watching,
Christy.
Please.
Yeah. Thank you, Christy.
Unbelievable. Great stuff from Christy. Listen, Hannah, Elliot, Donna, this is twice the amount of time we expected, anticipated, accounted for. Unreal. I'm moved. I'm touched. Honestly, amazing.
Such crack. Like,
Great fun.
Been
what
so
fun to do on a Friday night. I would have had such a crap night tonight if I didn't do this. So thank you so much for inviting me and having me. And this has been such a buzz. And I've had as much fun as me, but this has been so much fun. I really appreciate it.
This is amazing, and this I have no hesitation in saying is a template for what we can do in the future.
Oh, for sure.
100%. And we're so unbelievably grateful to be part of this. It's been so much fun. I can't believe it's been 4 hours because I'm just like, sure, we've drank a bit of whiskey, we've had a bit of crack. You know, how is that 4 hours gone? But that's literally what a Lockin is. That's literally what Irish people having the crack is. You don't even notice. You don't even notice it whatsoever. And we just really appreciate you having us here. Honestly, it's been so much fun. Thank you.
I mean, look, I've done no work at all. All I've done is press record, and everybody else has turned up and done the hard work. So
I know, yeah, but we don't perform in like real places anymore. So it's nice to like play a show, you know.
Yeah, it's been amazing to play a
it's been
show.
amazing.
Yeah.
I get the feeling we're going to have to do this again soon.
Absolutely.
We're so down.
We are set. We are down. We are 100%
We're
there.
here.
Yeah.
We're going to do it.
The Lord knows not anything else. So like,
Yeah.
Listen, I'm going to press end on the live show right now. We've had a great night. This has been incredible. Tonight was dedicated to our friend Mary Ferreter that we sadly lost during the week from Dingle. And Mary, we've broken records tonight, and I'd like to think it's because no crack could have been had without you in mind. And so, Mary, I raise a glass to you. Tonight was for you. Thank you for everything we've been part of together. And look, tonight we've had some great times. Mary's memory is going to live on for a long, long time. Donna, thank you so much for bringing us all together. And for Elliot and Hannah, you've been incredible, and the audience have absolutely loved it. Incredible. We're blessed, and this is amazing. So let's do it again soon. And to everybody at home, Sláinte, thanks for hanging in here. Thank you all for joining us. Sláinte. We'll see you all.